Hey, Brad.
A thousand hands, a thousand arms will bring back the ocean like it was before. History whispers, can you hear it shout? The winds are loud and it's calling out. 500 sails on the open blue, riding the tides like the ancients do. 500 sails with a story to tell of courage and heart where the oceans swell. He laughed loud, said, "Count me in. Let's chart the course where the waves begin. The pros dance where the sea meets sky. The spirit lives, it will never die. The horizon stretches like a drawn-out dream, and the past comes alive in the sunlight's gleam. 500 sails on the open blue, riding the tides like the ancients do. 500 sails with a story to tell of courage and heart where the oceans swell.
All right, good morning, Marianas. It is 7:28 a.m. IT&E News Time here on Monday morning. Definitely not the Monday morning that we are really excited about. We're excited that we're here with you for sure, no doubt about it. And then we saw all the updates that came in over the past 12 hours or so. You know, we left here last night. And, well, first of all, before we get into anything, I want to say thank you to you guys. I've gotten all kinds of messages from you guys about saying thanks for the updates and all that stuff. Yeah, but you know what? The person you really need to thank, her name is Kathy Rosala and Keone Rosala and Leilani Rosala. Kathy has done such a great job with the kiddos, getting so much of our stuff done at the house and getting the family ready. And I had such a small part of it because of what she's been doing. And this is our theme for the last like 3 storms that we had, the big ones. It's all about Kathy being the absolute best partner in the world to have. She lets me do this stuff, whether it was with CUC or with the military or with you guys in this capacity. It is my wife, and everybody whose support team is supporting them. Everybody who's giving you an update, they have a huge support team behind them. And those are the folks who really need to get recognized at some point. And right now, this is it. So, baby, I love you if you're watching this. Thank you so much for taking care of our family. You are just an absolute superstar. All right, now let's get to it. We're going to be talking with you guys for hours today, and we've got all kinds of stuff to talk about. From closures to shelter information to the latest track with information all over the place. And we're going to have all of the pros, all of the experts on with you. By the way, this just came in. One of our favorite people in the world, Joshua Wise from PHI, just gave us this update. He says, all PHI locations will be open today, but they're closing all locations by 1 p.m. to allow their staff to secure their homes and to be with their families. We'll likely be closed on Tuesday because of the current tracking, and PHI will update us further as things go on. By the way, speaking of schools, all PSS schools are closed. Saipan International School is open, but they are also doing early dismissal at 1 p.m. So if you are a school and you've got updates for us, if you've got a business and you've got update for us, bring it on. Let us know what's going on so we can let everybody else know what's happening. Speaking of letting people know what's happening, he thought that he was going to take a vacation. He thought it was safe to go on the other side of the world. And like the movies say, just when you thought it was safe to go outside, Landon Islet decides that, well, I guess maybe I should come back home. He gets set on an emergency recall and gets flown all the way around the world to get back here in kind of record timing. I mean, you got here pretty quick. And his first thing he said, he's like, look, I don't care about the weather. I don't care about Guam or Saipan. I care about being on Good Morning Marianas with Brad to let his listeners know what's going on. Of course, he didn't say that, but he's on with us. It is Landon Idlet. Landon, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. It's good to be back over here. And I was supposed to arrive naturally back from Manila this morning from my vacation back home, but I did not feel like gambling with that flight. I had a feeling the flights might be canceled. And sure enough, United said all the flights inbound to Guam were canceled this morning. So I was on the last flight out of Honolulu to Guam yesterday evening, and I've been in the office really ever since I got off the plane. The good news is there were a ton of FEMA folks on that flight. There were a ton of American Red Cross folks on that flight. There's a lot of people coming to the Mariana Islands ready to assist immediately after whatever unfolds in the next 48 hours. And so there's a lot of people staging on Guam, and I have a feeling they're going to be getting up to Saipan pretty rapidly. I don't know if there's many flights going on today at this point, but following the storm and whatever aftermath we're going to be dealing with, there's going to be a lot of people ready to assist on the ground, including some power crews that have been flying in. My seatmate was from Texas, ready to stage and assist with power restoration. So there's a lot of actions going on behind the scene from the Homeland Security Office and the CNMI, as well as here on Guam. There's a lot of moving parts right now that people just don't see. So take comfort in that, but brace for impact, because we're looking at a grim situation with now a 180 mile per hour super typhoon. This is from our latest bulletin just about 7 o'clock this morning.
Wow.
That will be on the web very shortly. I'm working up some graphics and stuff. We have a lot of communications to do as well through the morning hours, but as of 7 o'clock in the bulletin advisory number 16, this super typhoon is now 180 miles per hour. The thought is that this is at peak intensity. This is what we were looking at with Joint Typhoon Warning Center last night when things were going up to 175 miles per hour. We're looking at peak intensity today. Then it's going to be a long, gradual weakening trend as this thing treks toward the CNMI. The bad news, we've been seeing a steady northward track. I'm going to turn my camera around so you see exactly what I am looking at. This is at super typhoon right now in all its glory, an incredible structure. And I've always told people, when it looks like a donut, that is bad news. This has incredible symmetry. This looks a lot healthier than what Mawar had when it was approaching Guam. This is a much healthier, more powerful system on its approach. That is bad news for the CNMI. The good news is, if there's any in this, is we do expect a gradual weakening trend over the course of the next couple of days as it makes its approach. We've been seeing that steady trend of things shifting northward. We were looking at a passage over Guam a couple of days ago, but ever since, every subsequent 6-hourly forecast track has been shifting a little bit more north, passing Rota, passing Tinian, then it was hovering over Saipan for a track. This latest track drops about 10 miles to the south, now looking at a passage over Tinian. Is that going to be the final case? Probably not. We still have a good 24 hours before this thing makes its pass through the region. So we're going to still see a little bit of shift, a little bit of wobble in the overall forecast track. But this does not look good because it's running out of time and distance to make any significant moves to keep those significant category 5 winds offshore of the island. So one of the best case scenarios we can look for is it goes right between Saipan and Tinian. That would keep the strongest winds out over the open waters, similar to what Typhoon Balawan did back in 2023. Passing right between the two islands, that would be a best case scenario, or keeping about 20 to 50 miles or more offshore of Saipan to the north. This is what we need to pray for. I know we're praying people across the islands. This is what your prayer should focus on if there's any glimmer of hope in this situation. But again, this is looking like a grim situation, and people need to maximize their preparedness. Be in shelters if you need it. This is the last day to take significant action, because what you're seeing outside, this is the best conditions you will see all day, because things will steadily deteriorate as we go through the morning, the afternoon, and into the evening hours as tropical storm force winds will start setting in across the CNMI later this evening.
All right. So, man, I'll tell you what. I'm just messaging another one of these folks who are, there's all kinds of messages coming in from different agencies. And then this is from the guys at Homeland. So, man, it looks like there's a couple of different models, and there were like 4 different models that you guys were tracking. And there was only one that took this wild curve that went up this way. And all of a sudden, that seems to be the one. This is the underdog that's making its way up here. And, you know, the way this thing is tracking, it looks like the lines that we saw, I've seen it go right over the northern part of Saipan from Joint Typhoon Warning Center. And then a couple of the other models have it just a few miles, handful of miles south, maybe 10 to 12 miles south of us, which would be like Tinian. So, you know, I mean, is there a best guess for you right now?
Yeah, right now, a lot of the forecast model, a lot of the solutions are still hovering right over Saipan Tinian, but some of the outliers go as far south as Rota, maybe into the Rota channel, but then some other outliers keep it east of Saipan, maybe even east of all the Northern Mariana Islands, but those are few and far between. So the best case or the most likely scenario based on all these forecast model members is maintaining a track somewhere through the CNMI in the vicinity of Saipan and Tinian. Again, this could shift, this could change. We have that forecast cone that we always watch out for, and that forecast track could shift somewhere within that cone 66% of the time. So again, we could still see a base case scenario being it passes between Rota and Tinian. And again, this typhoon force winds in this latest statement, they extend outward from the center 60 miles. So those strongest 180 mile per hour winds, those are most likely confined within about 10 miles of the eye wall itself, or the eye. But those typhoon force winds extend about 60 miles out. So if you're sitting 70 miles away from the center, you're going to see severe tropical storm force winds, not typhoon force. So that's what we have to look at for a wobble 10 miles north or a wobble 10 miles south will have profound differences of impacts for individual villages.
Man, you know, this is just wild. You talked about that donut. When you see that donut, it's a very bad thing. Last time that we saw something like that approaching us quite so massive was during the old U2 days, and the entire island of Tinian fit in the middle of it and the southern portion of Saipan. Do we have like a circumference? Do we have a distance? Like how big is that thing, a diameter?
I've not taken it this morning, but yesterday we were looking at a diameter of about 15 to 18 miles across. So definitely that the island of Tinian would fit within that eye. God knows, we hope this does not make a direct passage over the island because you're going to be dealing with both sides of that eye wall if that happens to be the case. Looks like the eye has expanded just a little bit since about 8 hours ago when I left the office, but this is a powerful system. And again, these donut-shaped systems are very symmetric. These are very well-formed typhoons, and this is a worst-case scenario if it were to hit islands in this case. Again, we have a couple things working for us. It is expected to start a gradual weakening trend, so that's going to be good. Current prognosis puts a Category 4 over Tinian in the coming probably early to midday Tuesday, but hopefully it weakens a little bit faster. And again, hopefully that passage shifts just south of Tinian, keeping those strongest winds right over the open waters between Rota and Tinian.
Yeah, between Rota and Tinian, that would fit, but everybody would still end up getting a whole lot. They just wouldn't get that full brunt of that eye wall.
That's exactly it. Yeah, those most catastrophic winds, those super typhoon force winds, they probably extend maybe 10 to 15 miles away from the eye. But those typhoon force winds, they extend outward to 60 miles. So even if it passes right between Rota and Tinian, all of the CNMI should plan for and expect typhoon force conditions. So there's no easy way to get out of this at this point. This is still looking like a very grim situation. So your time to finish your preparations is winding down rapidly. You want to get those preparedness actions taken care of immediately. I know a lot of places are closing down. Gas stations are closing down. Get to shelter. If you need shelter, if you're in doubt whether your home is safe, go to a shelter now because conditions as you see them now, they're going to be rapidly deteriorating through the day. So this is the current radar picture. We have some showers moving through. We're starting to see these rain bands cycle through. When you're between the rain bands, the weather will be fair. You might even get a couple peaks of sunshine, but Otherwise, it's going to be a deepening overcast, and those winds will be gradually increasing. Between rain bands, the winds won't be so bad, but when those heavier showers start pushing over, you're going to see wind gusts come rapidly over your area. We're seeing wind gusts at the Saipan airport upwards of 35 to 40 miles per hour over the last 12 hours. All these winds will be gradually increasing through the day, the afternoon, the evening, overnight hours as those tropical storm force conditions start setting in and rapidly increasing in intensity overnight. So those tropical storm force winds, we do expect those to start setting in 39 mile per hour sustained and more later this evening. So be ready. It's a beautiful morning out there right now, relatively speaking. Make sure your plans are set in place. You're in shelter. Check your neighbors. If you're worried and in fear, 988 suicide mental health hotline is valid. I was talking to some folks at the Homeland Security Office. 988 is available resource for people who are dealing with PTSD from Super Typhoon U2, from Pseudolor, and also Mankut. Call them up if you feel like you can't cope with this. Call them up and talk to a counselor now, because they are standing by to assist you. I know PTSD is a real thing for storm survivors, but there's resources available. Check on your neighbors, your friends, the elderly, the young. Make sure you are ready for this, because if this is going to be a direct hit, it's going to be a long recovery. And I know y'all are experts in long recoveries, because the U2 recovery is still ongoing.
You know, it used to be that, we could call things once in a generation storms. If this does make landfall in the CNMI, that's going to be 3 in the past 9 years. And that is that a continuing trend that you guys are noticing?
Yeah, we're definitely looking at that. We've been very fortunate for a number of years, but we get those peak systems and they're devastating. And so it could be a bad generation, or it could be the luck of the draw, because, I mean, we have these super typhoons all in the region every year to some degree, but it's a matter of striking islands. Somebody was asking me this morning, why do they always seem to draw toward islands? We have super typhoons in the Philippine Sea every year, but when you have an island chain that extends north to west, right over the main corridor for tropical cyclones, and they start developing over eastern Micronesian Marshall Islands, somebody in the Mariana Island chain will take that passage. And so here we are right now. The bad news, we are looking at a shift to possibly a strong El Nino this year. And this could just be the first of who knows what else is to come later this year.
You know, it's really interesting. As we were getting some of those final prep stuff at the house, I'm running around this morning to just move a couple of things that were too big for the fam last night. And Kathy's like, did you feel that? And I'm like, no, I'm moving around. I didn't feel anything. Well, apparently we had an earthquake this morning as well, thrown in with all this.
You know, add insult to injury. I mean, earthquakes happen anytime, anywhere in our region. And so, you know, this would be a bad situation if we had a major earthquake strike as well. But those earthquakes they're a part of our life. So again, this is why we always stress, be prepared year round. Preparedness needs to be a regular, constant thing for us in the region, because we are in the ring of fire. We have typhoons throughout the year when conditions are all come together, and my gosh, they're coming together right now for our region.
Yeah. All right. So, Landon, let's start getting down to brass tacks again now. I get these reports that come in with you guys from the Emergency Operations Center and everything. When are some of these really bigger winds going to hit us today? Like, how much time do we really have before it is button yourself up time?
Well, definitely looking at this earlier track this morning, and let me turn my screen around. We don't share these images publicly. It's more for decision support tools.
It's just me and you on here. Nobody else can see this at all, right?
My camera in there.
It's everybody.
This is one of our tools that we use for time. Yeah. This is when we start seeing those tropical storm force winds. So the blue area, those are tropical storm force winds. The yellow, those are severe tropical storm force winds, 58 miles per hour and greater. Blue, 39 mile per hour. Mm-hmm. Yellow, 58 miles per hour. And the red, those are typhoon force. So notice that typhoon force wind bubble is very small, but that tropical storm force bubble extends very far. So everybody in the islands will be feeling it. But we're looking at typhoon force winds probably arriving sometime early to mid Tuesday morning, and then persisting through the evening hours, and then it starts winding down. But those tropical storm force winds will continue across the region, especially Saipan and Tinian, from Tuesday evening through possibly early Thursday morning before it starts to pull away. Keep
Holy
in mind, this is
cow.
the track as of 8 o'clock this morning. This will shift a little bit in the next 6-hour track, and that's going to be at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Basically, taking all the available information as we go through the next 6 hours, and then we'll have the next forecast track. But notice Saipan and Tinian right there. Track 15 was over Saipan, and track 16 is now over Tinian. So we're going to see these little shifts as we go through the next 24 hours. So there's still a little bit of hope that it could pass through the road to Tinian channel, or it could also pass northeast of Saipan. But right now, plan for a very extended period of heavy weather conditions, possibly catastrophic conditions. We hope we can somehow have a glimmer of hope with this passage, but plan for the worst.
Plan for the worst, pray for the best, for sure. You know, this is just wild stuff that we're watching out here, and hopefully this is it. So it looks like, at least today, if you don't act fast, you're not going to be able to get anything done. But this is your last chance. It slowed down at least a little bit and turned a little bit to give us the opportunity to get some last minute stuff in today. But then you're saying by tomorrow is the day when it's going to be the worst. That's when it's going to start, and it's going to be around for a while. This thing's not moving very fast.
So think about this as far as sheltering in place. Be in shelter by sundown Monday, and remain in shelter till sunrise Thursday. This is going to be our time frame. Sunset Monday through sunrise Thursday. This is when you need to be in shelter with peak conditions, aiming around Tuesday through Tuesday night. Wow,
that is just such a huge window for those kind of winds and everything like that. Just wild. Well, geez. And you got back here just in time for this. We're gonna stay in contact with you and get as many details from you throughout the day. And you don't mind us checking in with you throughout the day?
I will be here all day, all night. I know it's been adrenaline. I was up at 1:30 in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, Saturday morning, and I was up all day on the flights back. And I got about 2.5 hours of sleep last night, but it's pure adrenaline. Even when I was in the States, waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning, just because the volume of phone calls, numbers, messages, seeking information, and just the gravity of the situation. So I think adrenaline is going to carry a lot of us in the emergency management community together through the next several days. But people out there, you need to get your rest because we're looking at a passage somewhere Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday evening, but it's going to probably be a sleepless night come Tuesday night and Wednesday. So get your rest, make sure you're healthy, well, and secure, and be ready to shelter in place from sunset Monday through sunrise Thursday.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely brutal. I remember when you two rolled through that, even in the morning, when you thought you were done, it was still typhoon force winds and people were still getting out there trying to do stuff. It's not better because the sun comes up. I mean, it is just still going to be brutal.
That's exactly it. If you have an eye passage, anticipate you're going to go from severe catastrophic typhoon conditions to relative calm for a period of time. It really depends on how wide the eye is at the time, how close to the eye wall you are in a given location, but also how fast it's moving. That does not mean the storm is over. You're in the eye wall. And if you do get in the eye wall, reach out to us, let us know. But hopefully nobody gets eye wall. Hopefully it stays offshore of the islands. And nobody will actually be able to look up in the eye. But if you get an eye passage, you're going to have fair weather for a period of time. It is not over because the other side's going to be coming right at you within minutes, and it's going to be a rapid spin up from relative calm to catastrophic conditions in minutes.
Yeah, and it's the worst because everything that got blown in one direction, now it's going to be going the other way. And, we experienced that too. All right. Well, I know.
Let me also add
Go ahead.
Water safety.
Yeah.
We only had 2 casualties on Guam after Mawar or from Mawar, but those were indirect. They weren't not directly results of Mawar, but they were from poor decision making, people going swimming and getting swept away in the currents and the rip currents. Stay out of the waters. Things are getting ugly out there right now. Don't be in the waters. Don't be in the beaches. And as we go through the next 48 hours, 72 hours, stay out of the waters. I can't say it enough. And after the storm is past, stay out of the water because the seas and surf will be still cranking up there. It is not dangerous. It's not safe to be out there. Stay out of the waters. Choose wisely in your decisions. We want 0 casualties across the islands. We've had several casualties, I think 2 lives lost in Chuke, and the reports are still very minimal because there's widespread communications outages across the outer islands. So we don't even know the full scope of things in Chuke. But make sure you make decisions very wisely as we go through the coming days.
All right. Well, thanks. That is huge info and really appreciate it. We're going to reach out to you again later throughout the day. Little messages here and there where you can. I know you're going to be busy. We don't want to get in the way of it, but definitely want to keep giving people updates. So thanks so much, Landon. And,
Yes,
and by the
definitely,
way,
and we'll be here all throughout the day.
and thanks for flying back to the Marianas to jump in and do this, leaving his vacation and his family. And I hope it was nice seeing your mom in the comments in our shows during this week, and wishing her the best too.
And I don't know if she's watching, but she's always causing problems.
Awesome. All right. Well, hey, take care, and we will talk to you soon.
Stay safe.
All right, we will do our best. All right, that's Landon Idlet. He's over there at the U.S. National Weather Service in Guam, and he's getting us all the updates that we need to do that. So we're going to leave that Google Meet call that we just had and get ready for our next call. We have another one. Yes, we've got a couple coming up, so hold on one second. This one is... All right. Okay, we're going to give these guys a call because they asked for it. Yep, one second. Sure.
Perfect timing. Hold on, okay, Brad?
You got it.
Good money, and we'll get you replacement goodies when Ron's Dress for Less and more are back open for business. 7:52. Who's that? Saipan, real quick. Hey, Landon, is Brad Rosales? Yeah. Is he online?
Yes, he's online. He's on the phone.
We'll bring him in right about now. 7:52 in the morning. My very close, very dear personal friend, and you and your family, and all of my friends and family up in the NMI are deep in my thoughts now as I'm watching the storm on Zoom.Earth make its way towards your home island. Good morning, Brad.
Good morning, Ray. Good morning, Joe and Donna. It's great to hear all you guys. Yeah, we are deja vu all over again, right? It just seems like it hasn't been that long ago. Every time we get one of these things, it just brings up the memories of the previous ones, and that's where we're at right now.
Well, you have been absolutely hammered in the past, and I suppose that makes you, like me, old Pacific hands at this. Everybody knows what's expected of them. Put some gas in the car and lay out a couple of days worth of foods, and then hunker down and make your house as much as possible into an impenetrable bunker.
Yeah, that's true. And I got to tell you, my wife is that superstar for our family. She did it when I was public information for the utilities, and when I was doing it for Joint Region, doing all my things, and now doing it for the show and for the news service. And, her and that, at least the kids are old enough to really help out this time. I was able to pitch in with a little bit of the heavy stuff, but really the amount of stuff that she's been doing is just awesome. And everybody who's doing things right now, like what we're doing, what you guys are doing and everything, you can't do it without a support team. And my family is the best support team I could have.
Well, I'm glad you have an opportunity to say that, Brad. And it's a little bit of a bait and switch. Right up until early morning yesterday, this storm had its crosshairs right over the central part of the island of Guam. Naturally, everybody here was praying for it to go away, but I think maybe we should have been more specific, as Brandon Idlet said, because it looks like it's going north. First, it looked like it was going to impact somewhere in the channel between Guam and Rota, then Rota. Now it was between the channel Rota to Tinian, and it's moved up north enough. And in the last two Joint Typhoon Warning Centers reports, it has not strayed. In fact, I'm looking at the Zoom Earth right now. If you're not using it, you got to get your hands on it. And it has been following the predicted track now for about 12 hours. And so it doesn't look like there's a whole lot by way of deviation. So how are you guys dealing with the kind of shortness of notice?
Well, because they should be advertising with you, first of all, because I found them because of you always watching them. So, folks at Zoom Earth, it's the Ray Gibson Show, bringing you all the weather updates. It's great. We've been following that as well. And we've got it on the screen right now. It goes right over Tinian. The latest from Joint Typhoon Warning Center has it right between Tinian and Saipan, or hitting Saipan directly. And, so we're following all that kind of stuff too, getting all those updates about the shelters, getting people ready. And, it is funny, that bait and switch, because yesterday it was, we interviewed our folks from the utilities, and they had reached out to Guam Power and Guam Water, said, hey, we're going to be there for you after the storm. Don't worry, we're going to send our stuff for you and everything. And then here it comes now. But this is one of the reasons why the islands are together, because they made those same calls back and said, hey, don't worry, we're going to be there for you after this thing goes through. I mean, that's so reassuring, at all kinds of different levels, just to hear it. They're just words, but it means something. And so while we're trying to batten down those hatches and getting everybody ready, getting folks in the shelters, mobilizing the public transportation to get folks into those shelters and out of those places, this thing turned into a beast and started ticking up north. And now Saipan and Tinian look like we're just waiting for this to come in. And again, that last thing, right before we were on the phone with Landon from a National Weather Service, and he said that basically early Tuesday morning, you should be in place by sundown Monday all the way until Thursday morning, because when it hits, it's going to be hitting here, and it's going to be here for a while.
Yeah, it's not moving very fast, this storm.
No, he said starting Tuesday morning is when we're going to start getting the worst of it, like really early, like around 4. And it's going to be going all the way till Thursday through here like that. So that is a sustained beatdown. You're not going to be able to get out and run to the store. So that's why everybody needs to go out and get their provisions now for like 2 days.
Yeah, but I imagine, well, things were busy here yesterday. Everybody's took advantage of a busy Sunday to get even busier, taking care of the last minute snack shopping and biscuito and spam and plywood for the shutters, et cetera, et cetera. There was a whole lot of that going on, and I imagine it was busy like that up in Saipan as well. Yeah,
it's busy, but the streets are also quiet. I don't know if that makes any sense, but people are going out there and doing their thing. People also being a little bit more courteous, like how that happens, where everybody's anxious, everybody's worried, everybody's down to our superstore, for Joten Superstore, like everybody's trying to get all that stuff. The other thing is, people are loading up on the water, and I'm not talking about just at the stores, but they're filling up those buckets or those trash cans at the house, in the bathrooms, getting ready for what can go through. And man, yeah, it is
the inevitable bucket flushing time, and living like a caveman for a couple of months in the aftermath of all of this stuff. Well, fingers crossed that maybe one of the models will change its mind and it'll move even further north from its position right now. We're all going to get our hair messed. This is such a massive storm, so we're all lined up for some kind of weather or another. But I would much prefer, if I had to, 100-mile-an-hour winds versus 145, which I think is what it's going to downgrade to just before it gets to. According to the Tuesday 4 p.m., the winds will be up around 145 miles an hour. Right now, they're training about 175, 180, I think.
Yep,
was
180.
the number when I came in at 6 o'clock this morning. So fingers are crossed, and let's make a plan here to talk again, maybe this time tomorrow if we can, and definitely on Wednesday morning, so that you can give us an idea of how you guys manage through the storm. And if anything, besides mosquito coil, what can we put in the care packages that are headed north?
Yeah, well, we'll let you know about that for sure. By the way, if it looks like the airport is full over there in Guam, it's because the Tinian Air Force has relocated over there. The Star Marianas entire fleet is over there, save for at least one of them. Sean Christian and the team flying over there gave us some video of all those guys. And actually, it was really neat. They sent us the flight tracking of all the planes flying at the same time. They were not in formation doing Flight of the Valkyries or anything, but they were all making their way down there, trying to be safe in Guam. They've done it before, and now they're back there again. So I know that if we're going to need stuff here, those are the guys that you're going to have to get it to.
Well, you let me know what the schedule looks like, and I'll see what I can drop off at the airport when they make their salvation jumps up to the Saipan. Just after 8 o'clock in the morning. Take care, my friend. We'll talk tomorrow.
All right, take care. Good to hear from you. Good luck, everybody. All right, folks, that was Ray Gibson from the #1 talk show in Guam. That dude is awesome. He is a good friend of ours. I know him ever since when we were doing IT&E days, and I was doing radio news updates for the Pacific News Center. from Saipan, and then he went off and started that. We're actually going to be on with another superstar later today with Patty Arroyo, who's going to be checking in with us. In about 10 minutes, though, we have Bernard Villagomez, the Public Information Officer from Homeland Security Emergency Management. Again, he'll be on with us in 10 minutes, maybe 9 minutes. Or if you want to be exact, 8 minutes and 35 seconds is when he'll be on with us this morning. So we've been, while talking with all these folks, getting these messages in, so we're good to go. So let me ask you this real quick. Can do voice or video call? Question mark. And then we're going to get him again later today too. Today is going to be an all-day thing for us, so you're in the right spot. And while we're doing all this stuff, again, between now and 9 o'clock, it's going to be pretty nonstop for us with the information that's coming to you from different folks. And then after that, we're going to be open for your calls also. So if you have information you want to give us, let us know. We got this in from the post office, the United States Post Office. They are going to be open today until we hit Typhoon Condition 1. That came in to us. And so there you go. Post office is open today until we hit Typhoon Condition 1. Good news, right? So they're not closing at 1 o'clock unless all of a sudden it becomes Typhoon Condition 1. So thank you very much for sending that confirmed information. I really appreciate that. That's going to be great. Let's see what we're doing. Yeah, a lot of folks messaging our schools open. The public schools have been closed all day. That came out. We posted that earlier. And some of the private schools are open for sure, but folks are making determinations about what they're going to do. Saipan International School is going to be closing at 1 o'clock. PHI Pharmacy is open today, all of their locations, but they are closing at 1 o'clock as well. Even though the conditions might not be that bad at that time, the reason why they're doing it is that they're giving their employees the chance to get prepared for their families and all that other stuff. And boy, that's what you want, right? That's what you want from your companies here in the Marianas, but that's what you want, as an employee too. So hats off to you guys at PHI for being stars. Trying to balance, right? You want to give the most info and the most amount of support and supplies that you can, but they want to make sure that they can give their staff enough time to prepare and get ready too. And boy, that is what we've been doing throughout the last couple of days, is getting ready, getting you guys the latest info. Now here's the deal. The storm is tracking toward us here in Saipan and Tinian. And if there is good news in all of this mess, is that even though these storms are pretty heavy and looking really wild, they believe that it's already reached peak intensity, meaning this is as strong as it's going to get. And as it makes its approach to the Marianas, to the northern Marianas, it is going to continue to weaken. Not that much, but it's going to weaken enough to where we're still going to have some brutal stuff, but it's not going to be this 180-mile sustained winds that it is right now. And the gusts are going to probably pop over 200 at that level right now as well. So when it does get to us, it'll be a little bit lower. And we're going to hear in now about 5 minutes from Bernard to let us know about that. In fact, I'm just getting that ready for him in advance. Let me just get his name on there. Bernard Villagomez. Teen Heartthrob. HSEMPIO. Okay, so that's going to be ready for him when we get him on there. And excited to have him on there. He's been doing a ton for the folks over there at Homeland Security. And really thankful that he's been able to get all this information out. Just saw something in the comments, and this is important for you guys while you're preparing. The weather right now outside doesn't look too bad. I mean, look behind me. But take pictures of your house, take pictures of your cars, take pictures of your property. Because after this storm goes through, remember how it worked out with FEMA last time. You have to document all this stuff, because then you're going to have to take pictures of everything afterwards as well. And that was something that was important too, if we remember from the last one. It's okay to start repairing your house afterwards, as long as you have those documented photos of what happened, right? And then because they don't want you to live in squalor, for that whole time. You still got to be able to survive and live and all that other stuff, and continue to make things better at your house. But it's about having the photos of what happened afterwards, and then they'll send their inspection teams, and then when they do, they'll have the photos that you provide them to document everything that happened. So good stuff. All right, we're gonna reach out here in just about 2 minutes. Let's see what else can we do for you. Maybe this could be a time where we take a real quick break. Speaking of PHI, they're one of our sponsors, and I want to say thanks to them. So I'm going to play a couple of commercials real quick and refill my coffee. I should have just made a pot of coffee. I just made enough for a cup. Terrible. So just give me a couple of minutes to do that. But everybody's going to be with us here in 3 minutes when we have Bernard Villagomez on. So here's a quick note from our sponsors. If you see something, say something, and stay anonymous. Call Crime Stoppers at 234-7272 or submit a tip online at nmicrimestoppers.com. No names, no caller ID, no recordings, just your info. And if your tip leads to an arrest, you could earn up to $1,000 in cash. Your tips have helped take hundreds of criminals off the streets in the NMI. It works because of you. Crime Stoppers, we want your information, not your name. PHI is your local pharmacy serving customers in Cagman, Garapan, and Dandan since 1996. Shop PHI Pharmacy for all your prescriptions, and we even offer a large line of multivitamin supplements. Our Dandan location is open weekdays from 8 to 6 and 8 to 4 on weekends. Or visit our Garapan and Cagman locations weekdays from 8 to 6 and 8 to 1 on Saturdays. Check us out online at phipharmacy.com or follow us on Facebook. PHI is a locally owned independent community Health Mart pharmacy. Health Mart, taking the time to listen and care. Are you or someone you know living with a mental illness? Have you experienced abuse or neglect, denial of services, or discrimination because of a mental illness or disability? You have rights. NM Posse is the Northern Marianas Protection and Advocacy Systems Incorporated, and we're here for you. Individuals diagnosed with mental illness have human, civil, and legal rights under federal and local law. No one should be mistreated, denied services, or discriminated against because of a disability. NM Posse's PIME program provides protection and advocacy for individuals with mental illness, and provides information about your rights, advocacy and assistance for eligible individuals, and support in cases involving abuse, neglect, or discrimination. Services are confidential and provided at no cost to eligible individuals. To learn more, call NM Posse today at 670-235-7273 or 7274, or email gborja@nmposse.org.
This is AP News Minute. President Donald Trump says the U.S. Navy will immediately block ships from entering or leaving the Strait of Hormuz. This after Vice President J.D. Vance wrapped up peace talks in Pakistan without an agreement with Iran.
We leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer.
Vance says the main sticking point was Iran's refusal to abandon its nuclear program. On Fox News Sunday Morning Futures, Trump issued new warnings to strike Iran's civilian infrastructure.
In one half of a day, they wouldn't have one bridge standing, they wouldn't have one electric generating plant standing, and they're back in the Stone Ages. I'd rather not do that.
More than 100 people are dead, many more injured in northeastern Nigeria when a Nigerian Air Force strike targeting insurgents accidentally struck a market on Saturday. I'm Donna Water.
Alarm clock bark, sky still gray, radio clicks on, static haze. Good morning, Marianas, in my face. Brad yelling, wake up, Saipan, no escape. Coffee burns my He laughs in my kitchen, talks like he knows every bruise that I am in. Good morning, Marianas. Rise up, Saipan. Hearts on the harbor, headlines in his hand. Good morning, Marianas. Life from the reef to the ridge. Bread with the weather and a dare on the bridge. Traffic on Beach Road. Kids half dressed. He jokes about rain and unpaid rent. Says call the show, tell me what you regret. Then plays our song like a second chance bet. He says say your name, we say it like a prayer. Through busted speakers we are almost there. Good morning, Marianas. Rise up, Saipan. Shacks and condos all sing with the fan. Good morning, Marianas. Old scars, new daylight. Brad talks nonsense, somehow gets it right. Who is this voice in my cracked dashboard? Why does it feel like he is keeping score of every tired island soul dragged out of bed? Every maybe I will make it spinning in my head. Good morning, Marianas. Rise up, Saipan. Bad roads, good stories, all part of the plan. Good morning, Marianas. Yeah, shout it again. Brad says you are awake, so start living it then.
Good morning, Marianas. 8:13 here on Monday morning, April 13th, and we are providing you with all kinds of weather information, maybe a little good reason to get a little excited about instead of shaking off some of that sadness that we were thinking about this impending storm that's coming. But we want to make sure that we get you guys prepared for everything. Speaking of which, we are going to be calling right now Bernard Villagomez. He is the Public Information Officer for Homeland Security Emergency Management. We've got him right now. We just landed him. He's on with us right now. Bernard Villagomez, good morning, my friend.
Good morning, Brad. Thank you so much for having me on and covering this this early in the morning. Thank you.
Well, it seems like it's late in the morning now. I mean, everybody's been hopping around and doing everything for so long. If it was a regular morning, but this is not a regular morning, my friend.
Yeah, we are expecting Super Typhoon Sinlaku in the next coming days. Most likely late tonight and through Wednesday.
Oof.
Depending on the speed of it and everything.
And it seems like it's going to be here for a while when it rolls through. I mean, like, that's part of this big thing. Not only is it coming and taking this slow northeastern track or northwestern track toward us, but it is. It looks like it's going to be here for a while when it finally does get here.
Yeah, so I mean, we've been tracking. It's moving, under 10 miles per hour. So it's moving slow compared to other storms that we've had, and we just pretty much are gonna just hope that at least when it comes into our vicinity within the next couple of days that it goes by fast and doesn't sit here too long.
Yeah. So can you walk us through, one of the questions that we've got is about shelters. We've got folks who are interested in getting in them. They're not sure which one they get or what number to call. Who should people be reaching out to for shelter information?
Okay. So for shelter information, all the calls for Saipan, Tinian, Rhoda, they're advised to call the CNMI State Warning Point at 670-237-8000. And that's for Saipan, Tinian, Rhoda.
Not going to get a whole lot of rides in Poggin.
Yeah. Yes. But if anyone needs transportation to the shelters, we're advised if they need transportation, to call the State Warning Point at 670-237-8000.
All right. Well, that'll get you to where you need to go. They'll tell you where to go. They'll even help you get there. All that stuff coordinated through Homeland Security Emergency Management Office and the CNMI State Warning Point up there with all you guys in Capitol Hill. How have you been holding up? What have you been up to lately with this whole thing? Can you give us a little a walkthrough about what you've been doing?
Yeah, so we've been meeting with the National Weather Service to get the latest information regarding the typhoon. And I've been up here at the EOC, same as all the HSCM staff and our partners, and we are working very hard to ensure that the CNMI community gets the latest information that they need to make the right decision for themselves and their families.
Well, that's great. So can you talk about some of those decision things that people should be thinking about now, and maybe let us know when is the closest point of approach and what people should be doing now before that gets here?
Yeah, so we're expecting this typhoon to come in around tonight through Tuesday early morning, and then with the following days, and hopefully it goes by fast. But the governor really is reminding the CNMI residents that to please don't take this for granted. Take action and prepare yourselves, so when the time comes, we are prepared and we are safe, and we're not doing any last minute sort of closing shutters or running to the stores. We want to make sure that everyone's prepared, so when the time comes, they can be safe with their family and hunker down. Some of the things we really want the CNMI community to do is gas vehicles and obtain fuel for your generators. Please make sure you secure loose debris and belongings around your household or your yard. Those living in flood-prone areas should take action. Clear your drainage around your house, around your areas. We are expecting a good amount of rainfall for Saipan, Tinian, Rhoda. So please make sure that your drains are unclogged, so it will minimize the flooding. With that being said, we want people to do not walk, swim, or drive through flood waters, right? With the slogan, turn around and don't drown, right? Also for the seas, right? Because it's not only for land and wind, inexperienced boaters, especially operating small vessels, they should avoid boating in hazardous conditions. If people are, at the beach, we really would hope no one's at the beach at this time in the next coming days, but, there's a rip current statement in effect. So we want people, if you happen to get caught in a rip current, relax and float, don't swim against the current. If you're able to, swim in the direction following the shoreline. If you're unable to escape, for example, face the shore and call or wait for help. But we really advise to stay away from the beaches because, the seas are hazardous at this time and will be in the next coming days. Additional information is secure important documents, your birth certificates, tax papers, insurance documents, all in weatherproof bags. Prepared to close your shutters for your house. Prepare emergency preparedness kits. This includes first aid, battery, flashlight, toiletries, portable stoves, for example. Stock up on food and water as appropriate for your household. A really important thing is document any property damage with photographs. Take pictures of your property before and after. This will at least help with your insurance if you decide to make any claims. Even for your vehicles too. And please, we really want to make sure that we remind the community to stay up to date with the latest information from the Office of Homeland Security, Emergency Management, National Weather Service, and the Office of the Governor.
Yep, you guys are putting out all the great info, and that you are our go-to for sure. And man, you know, we're looking at all this stuff. People are getting ready for it. In fact, speaking of National Weather Service, in about 10 minutes, they're going to have their latest, and we're going to be bringing that to everybody as it happens as well. But the stuff that you're getting, is there anything that you're getting like the most calls about right now?
So at our state warning point, mostly regarding, from what I've heard, is like shelters. That's why we're really driving home that, you know, if you need transportation to shelters, you call the state warning point.
Well, there you go. And that's 670-237-8000.
Yes.
All right, great.
And that's for Saipan, Tinian, and Rhoda.
Wow, no kidding. You know, this wild thing is just the day before, maybe, or 2 days before we found out this was happening, we got this message from you that you're going to be moving on the greener pastures. I'm like, no, he does such a great job. Like, it's got the perfect person in this spot. And then they're like, well, we're going to give you a going away present. Here's a typhoon for you. And holy cow, Bernard, this is the way to go out, my friend. I can't imagine you leaving after the storm when this thing happens too.
Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, I just want to make sure that I do my best job to inform the community for the latest updates. And, you know, all the experience from the last couple of years I've been here, I want to make sure I do the best job because that's what the Sinamay community deserves. Wow.
Well, you've been doing a great job, and we'll miss you when you're not there anymore. But you're still doing a great job for everyone today and giving people a good high standard for whoever's going to fill those big shoes you're going to leave behind.
Thank you so much, Brad. You know, I appreciate too all your work that you do. I really do. Thank you.
No, you got it. I just tell everybody what you guys are doing. That's it. So, man, we'll be in touch with you throughout the day. When's the next update coming from you guys?
So we have a meeting with National Weather Service around 10, and I most likely will be pushing out something later on if conditions, you know, depending on the update from National Weather Service.
All right. Yeah, we're going to be covering. We'll have that live with them here in 7 minutes or so. We'll have them on tap. So, wow, no kidding. Well, thanks. Oh, go ahead.
And I was just going to say, you know, if we decide to do any other updates later today or tomorrow, I'll make sure if we need to hop on a call, we get that done.
Yeah, thanks. We'll be messaging you throughout the day, you know, as all this stuff happens.
Yep.
All right. Well, thanks so much. Thanks for being so active in this whole thing. I know you're on top of all of it, and we are really appreciative of all the work you and the whole team at the EOC are doing.
Yes, it's a team effort, right? We have a lot of people here at the EOC right now, and we're making sure that we're getting the job done and working hard.
All right. Well, we'll be up there hanging on every word that you guys have in a little bit.
I do like to add, Brad, before we call, you know, I know there's a lot of people that may be having a, you know, kind of a, I guess, PTSD, right, from the last storms, and we want to just remind people to make sure you take care of your mental health, and we're going to do the best as we can as HSEM to give you guys the latest info and the most updated info.
Well, I appreciate it, and I'm confident. I know that you guys will have it, and that we'll be here getting all that info from you guys. So thank you so much for doing such a great job.
Thank you, Brad. I appreciate you.
All right. Appreciate you, my friend. Have a great day. We'll talk to you soon.
You too. Okay, thank you.
All right, that is Bernard Villagomez, Public Information Officer for the Homeland Security Emergency Management, providing us with all this great info. Just to let you guys know that we have the update coming from the National Weather Service here in just a little bit. We will have them for you. Oh boy, I just got to stretch that out a little bit there, I think. There we go. It didn't fit all the way to the other part of the screen. So we're going to have that. We're going to bring that for you today. So that'll be great. My goodness, I can't believe it. Can't believe how quick this information is coming. And it's a good thing. We're just going to keep bringing it to you as it continues to develop. Hold on, let me bring this up on the screen a little bit. Hiya. Right there. Boom. There we go. I think that's what's going to do it. I am getting this stuff ready for you just to let you know that, just to have that on the screen for you. So it looks pretty good. You know, that's the action of being a producer and doing this stuff for you. So here's what we are going to do. We are going to have the update from the National Weather Service live with you as it happens. So, you know, we can still have you guys in the comments and chat this stuff up. And we've got it just about ready to go on the other screen. We're going to take a real quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Just give some love to these guys because we'll be right back with more right after this.
Hey, bro, can I grab your bush?
Yeah, man, go for it.
Right on. Thanks, bro. Hey, bro, can I grab your bush too?
Sure, bro. Go ahead.
Thanks.
Now I can grab my own bush. Saipan, it's time to grab your bush. Pick up a 12-pack of ice-cold bush, and you're in for more than just a refreshing beer. Every 12-pack gives you a chance to win exclusive bush gear and more. So don't wait. Swing by your favorite store, grab your bush, and join the fun. Because here in Saipan, the best moments are even better with Bush. Grab your bush today.
If you think girls and women's equality matter, stand up. If girls and women's sports matter, and you want your daughters to have the same opportunity you had, stand up. If you know that it isn't fair or safe to allow males to compete in girls' sports, because it's, well, obvious, stand up. Don't be cowed by people who call you a bigot. You're not a bigot. Don't let men tell us how to be good girls. Don't let others tell you you just need to be quiet. Sit down. Be nice. It's not nice to further a lie. It's not mean to believe in women's equality. We deserve our own sports, privacy, fairness, safety. We deserve a chance to compete and win. So don't be nice. Don't be careful. Be honest. Be brave. Fight for women. We've come too far to give up now. And if you agree with that, stand up and stand with us.
Shiny smiles all around, where happiness is found. It's the little things that make it true. Shiny smiles start with you. As the day unfolds with laughter and cheer, Brad's got the magic that brings us all near. Sharing tales of hope, dreams that shine bright. Good morning, Marianas, together we ignite. So join the palm trees, we dance through the days. Rhythm and soul in so many ways. Together we rise through the moments we share. Good morning, Marianas, feel the love everywhere. Wake up to the sunshine in the morning light.
right, good morning, Marianas, and welcome back. We are just standing by waiting for the National Weather Service to go live here with their update. They're about to get ready, and we're going to bring that to you so you can see it as it's happening. It should be any moment now. That's what we're waiting on, and it should be great. Where are we going to be at? They're going to be right here on Facebook with us, and it'll be on the screen for you to see it. We're just waiting for it to click, and when it does, we'll be here for it. In the meantime, man, it is 8:31 here in the morning in Saipan. You can see behind me, the weather has not deteriorated fully. You know, we've got time. They said that really between sundown tonight and tomorrow morning all the way through Thursday, it's going to be a rough one for us. So in the meantime, this is your last chance to start getting your stuff ready. No matter where this thing goes in the next few hours and stuff like that, the conditions are only going to get worse as time goes on. The good news is that the storm is starting to weaken a little bit. They're saying that it has reached what they believe to be its maximum intensity already. And that's because as it gets closer to land, it doesn't have all that fuel to pick up on, and so it diminishes just a little bit. All right, so yeah, really, I am just constantly refreshing to make sure that I can have this for you as soon as they are live. We want to make sure that you have this, you can watch this with us, and we'll be here in the comments so you guys can chat up the whole thing and keep that stuff going. We'll watch this together. And here we go. They are live now. So we're going to do that. Let me get this music out of here. And we're going to get this up, and we're going to put them up on the screen. Here we go.
National Weather Service here. We're going to be getting underway. We're just a couple minutes late getting some tech stuff lined up, but we will be getting underway as people join us. So give us another minute, and we'll get going with this update. Advisory number 16, valid as of 7:30 this morning. Monday, April 13th, 2026.
Well, there you go. So that's it. They're still getting things ready over there. So that's good for us. We'll make sure that we've got everything for you on our side so that we have the whole schmear. And enjoy the comment section and talking up the whole time. They are getting ready over there at the National Weather Service, getting this update for us. So that is live stuff. Here we go.
In about another minute. We're compiling some final information from Guam, CNMI. We're going to have forecasters standing by to respond to questions. So if you have any questions about impacts and expectations from or for Guam and the CNMI, please type in your questions. We're going to get to as many of those as possible. If not during our broadcasts, our forecasters will be standing by. We may have folks from the Guam Homeland Security Office as well as the CNMI Homeland Security Office to respond to questions on civil actions and preparedness actions for the island. So again, if you have questions, type those in the comments box. We want to get as much of those to dispel any rumors, fears. There's a lot of anticipation for things to come over the next 24 to literally 72 hours as this slow-moving super typhoon moves toward our region and eventually through our region somewhere likely in the CNMI.
All right, so that's where we're at, folks. This is what's happening right now. We are bringing you the National Weather Service update from our friends over there in Guam.
All right, Brandon, you ready to go shortly?
Sounds like they're ready to go.
You're all set? Yeah. All right. So right now we're looking at a live look. This is our visible satellite imagery showing Super Typhoon Sinlaku that is centered about 310 miles east-southeast of Guam. That was as of 7 o'clock this morning, centered near 11.9 north, 149.1 east. That is unfortunately a powerhouse super typhoon with maximum sustained winds of 180 miles per hour. So as Brandon grabs the camera, we're going to come right over here to the smart screen to show the big picture. This is our typhoon. This is a very grim situation for the Mariana Islands, particularly those in CNMI. The forecast track over the last several days was hovering for a passage over Guam for several days. That has shifted gradually northward over the last 30 to 36 hours, was making a pass over Rota, then it shifted farther north into Tinian and Saipan. Right now, that track is making a forecast anticipated passage over Tinian Island. That was as of the Joint Typhoon Warning Center bulletin number 16. Typhoon warning remains in effect for Rota, Tinian, and Saipan. That means that typhoon force conditions of 74 miles per hour or more are expected for these islands as we go into Tuesday. Tropical storm force winds are now offshore of Guam and the CNMI, but those stronger winds will be barreling towards the islands as we go through the day with anticipated onset of tropical storm force winds this evening. So at the 7 o'clock advisory number 16 from Joint Typhoon Warning Center, Super Typhoon Senlaku had maximum sustained winds of 180 miles per hour. That was centered about 230 miles north of Ulu, where tropical storm force winds still prevail across the waters around Ulu in northern Chuke State. They've been significantly impacted by this storm in its developmental phase across Chuke. Significant impacts are rolling in from the Disaster Coordination Office in Chuke, as well as from the National Department of Environment, Emergency Management, and Climate Change in the FSM. A lot of problems going on in Chuke. We'll get into those details later. That was also 310 miles east-southeast of Guam and about 315 miles southeast of Saipan. This is making its approach to Guam and the CNMI. We may be at peak intensity. If there's any glimmer of hope, we may be at peak intensity now with sustained winds of 180 miles per hour, but that's putting wind gusts upwards of 200 miles per hour plus with this system. Brandon's going to get into more of those details as we go forward. Again, typhoon warnings remain in effect for Rota, Tinian, and Saipan. Tropical storm warning remains in effect for Guam and Ulu. Do we expect typhoon force winds at Guam? We don't expect those at this time. We do have a typhoon watch for Guam, and that would reflect any kind of a southward shift in the track that would bring those stronger winds closer to the islands. That remains a distinct possibility, but right now we do expect tropical storm force winds over Guam, especially arriving later this evening into the overnight hours, likely lingering through Wednesday morning. Tropical storm watch also remains in effect for Pagan and Alamagan up in the northern Mariana Islands. So I'm going to turn this over to Brandon, and we'll get into more details on the storm and its environment.
So thanks so much. We're going to skip over to some animated infrared satellite imagery and just see how things are looking from the overnight hours. This typhoon has blossomed into a powerful super typhoon, as Landon mentioned, with maximum sustained winds of 180 miles per hour, a very mature looking super typhoon as it barrels in toward the Marianas. So you can see that eye wall that for a while it was down deeper in Chuke State, there was no visible eye, at least in the geostationary infrared or visible satellite imagery. But as we look through the clouds with the microwave imagery on some other polar orbiting satellites, you could see that well-formed eye starting to take shape and just indicating an intensifying typhoon as it was just starting to exit Chuke State. Looking at the animated radar just of the past couple of hours, I think I've got the wrong image and not the animation, but we see some of these heavier showers pushing across Guam. And so they are sliding from northeast to southwest, pushing in very fast. So this morning we did have a flash flood warning issued for parts of southern Guam as some of these heavier showers pushed off just to the southwest of the island. And what we're going to expect through the day is as more of these showers push in from the northeast to the southwest, those showers are going to come down very heavy. It's going to overwhelm the ability for storm drains to process all those, the high rain rates. But once the showers move out, conditions subside. But those gusts are also going to be coming up very rapidly with those rain showers. We've already seen wind gusts across the observations in the Marianas pushing 40 to 45 miles per hour in the overnight hours. Sustained winds of 20 to 25 miles per hour picking up across the region. And that's going to be the case as we continue forward through today. The sustained winds will gradually be ramping up higher. Those gusts will be picking up even more as we anticipate the onset of damaging tropical storm winds later on tonight.
So I want to reiterate, we've had some fair conditions across the islands this morning, so people are asking, is the threat over or is it more to come, especially when the showers make their way over?
we're approaching the worst of the scenario. We're just in the beginning peripheral edges, and I'll go back to the satellite image, and so Guam and the Marianas are right up here, well ahead of the outer bands of Super Typhoon Sinlaku. The very intense, right there near the center, and then there's all these other bands farther off to the southwest. All those heavy showers that are going to be nudging ever so closely to Guam. These showers that are going to be also rotating around the northern periphery, but for the CNMI, Tinian, Saipan, right now the expectation is for the heaviest torrential rains and the strongest winds to pass over the two islands of Tinian and Saipan during the day on Tuesday. So we have a long couple of days ahead of us.
Yeah, go back to that graphic. I know we have a lot of viewers from Chuke State and across Micronesia, and they've been affected quite significantly across the northern Chuke State, the islands and atolls down there. What conditions should they plan for over the next 24 hours?
So right now, the edge of the tropical storm winds, well away from the center, are kind of in this cloud deck. So Chuke Lagoon has come out of those tropical storm winds. Fananu has come out of those tropical storm winds. Pulawat has come out since yesterday, but still Ulul, somewhere in this area, is just about to come out. But even with that said, we still have all these heavy showers and westerly winds that are going to be pushing across much of northwestern Chuke State, parts of eastern and central Yap State. So the conditions across all of this region of Yap and Chuke State is going to be hazardous on the waters. So even where there are not widespread showers and cloudiness, you're still going to see increasing westerly winds. There's going to be exposed reefs and shores facing west that are usually not prone to westerly swell. That's going to be the concern for the next several days.
So a lot of powerful rip currents, large swell, wind waves.
Powerful rip currents. We've got a new moon coming up for this week, Friday the 17th, new moon. That results in higher high tides, lower low tides. And so the concern with the increased westerly swell, the increased surf, the higher high tides, there's going to be that potential for more inundation around times of high tide. So keep that in mind. I know we've got a lot of operations across Chuke Islands that are going to be underway very soon, but those conditions are going to be very hazardous. What you might see on the protected lagoon waters of Chuke are going to be very different once you get into the open ocean waters. Now moving forward, I want to show you some of the winds that we're looking at with the latest forecast advisory. So as of advisory 16 this morning, 7 a.m., the extent of the wind field is pretty massive. We're looking at a tropical storm force wind field. The diameter is roughly 420 nautical miles. So we're pushing 450, 460 miles wide from one side to the other. It's a massive system. The typhoon force wind field is about 80 miles side to side. So 80-mile diameter of typhoon force winds that is all coming toward the Marianas. A massive wind field. And then outside of these tropical storm force winds, you're still looking at 20 to 30 mile per hour winds. And so that's what we have to face today, as the outside surrounding circulation around Sinkalu is going to gradually push over the Marianas. Today, we're looking at 20 to 30 mile per hour winds over the Marianas that will gradually be increasing as we head into tonight. Those gusts are going to be picking up stronger and stronger as we move through the day.
So basically, conditions we're seeing outside the window across Guam and CNMI, these are as good as it's going to get for the rest of the day, correct?
That's right. It's as good as we're going to see for the next couple of days as winds steadily intensify. Now, on the right, this is some overnight wind data. This synthetic aperture radar. This is a special sensor on board several satellites that looks at the ocean surface and measures the wind speed. And so what you see in the white, perhaps a couple of concentric eye wall bands trying to form, indicating at least 100 knot winds. And so when we get typhoons, the current intensity of what we see, we do expect to see some dynamics with inner, outer eye walls, concentric, contracting eye walls, and you might hear the terminology eye wall replacement cycle that does take place with typhoons. When we had Typhoon Mawar approaching Guam in 2023, we are looking at 150, 155 mile per hour typhoon that weakened slightly through an eye wall replacement cycle in which the inner eye wall contracted and then it gradually dissipated while the outer eye wall gradually contracted. And so that is a concern going forward. The Joint Typhoon Warning Center did note that we could be at peak intensity right now, 180 miles per hour. And so they have reflected that very gradual weakening, but going from 180 miles per hour at current intensity down to 145 miles per hour as it approaches and passes through the CNMI. So still not much of a relief. 145 miles per hour will be devastating.
Yeah, looking at this latest track, we have a passage right over Tinian. Is this a guaranteed forecast track? We've seen a lot of shifts and wobbles over the last 30 hours, really. Is this a guaranteed slam dunk passage over Tinian tomorrow?
It's not a complete guarantee, and let me show you this. This is the past 4 forecast tracks from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. We noticed over the past 48 hours, we were initially looking at a passage near Guam, and then it started shifting northward. And so what we're seeing now is perhaps a little stability in the forecast track. The latest forecast track has just nudged a few miles southward. We're likely to see additional small shifts, but when we look at the rest of the graphics that come with this forecast track, there's a little bit of an uncertainty that perhaps spans within this black line. And so within that uncertainty, we could still see some wobbles. But Rhoda, you're just on the edge of that. We could still, 2 out of 3 times, based on the forecast track error of the past 5 years, we could still see the center of the typhoon stay within that space. So Rhoda could still stand to see conditions worsen from the current forecast. On the right side, we see some details that just want to highlight those, that track stability seems to be taking place. A lot of the global model guidance is really, the plume of trajectories is really starting to stabilize and settle with a center point near Tinian and Saipan. And I think as we go through today, the next 24 hours, as we approach that closest point of approach in passage, we're going to see those conditions continue to narrow with the eventual track really taking place. Yes, as the eye approaches, we do see those little bobbles in motion. We saw that with Typhoon Mawar. It is typical in every tropical cyclone, but we don't plan on those little bobbles to spare any single location from the worst. But we could certainly see these Category 4, near Category 5 conditions. And so across the Marianas, Guam, we're looking at those tropical storm conditions. Rhoda, Category 1 typhoon conditions, give or take a little bit, but the biggest threat is for the northern islands of Tinian and Saipan. Some of the confusion we hear in some of the messaging, and maybe from some questions from the public, is how can we get tropical storm conditions if it's a super typhoon? The farther you are from the center, the weaker the winds are. So the strongest, most severe winds in a category or any typhoon are right there near the center. So looking at the anticipated passage as of Advisory 16 this Monday morning, we're looking at an intensity of 145 miles per hour with Senlaku, and Tinian and Saipan stand to see the worst with that track currently centered right overhead. Rhoda, being farther away from the center, we're looking at Category 1 typhoon conditions, and Guam a little bit less so, but still in the damaging tropical storm, borderline severe tropical storm. As we start looking at the forecast conditions, we still have a flood watch in effect for all the Marianas. That will continue for the next several days. And we're looking at some of the satellite-derived rainfall guidance for the next 24 hours that's really indicating 13 to 20 inches of rain in 24 hours in this smaller pocket right here. And as we're talking about a long duration, 36 to 48-hour passage through the Marianas, those rainfall amounts are going to be pretty significant. Whether we really observe it through the observational, to be determined. It's hard for equipment to survive such strong conditions. For Guam and Rhoda, we're still looking at a little bit less, but still flooding concerns. We're going to put some graphics on our Facebook page shortly just to kind of talk about those potential impacts in a Category 4 or Category 5 scenario. But ultimately, if you're not in a concrete shelter, if you're not in a concrete house, roof and walls, look for other options. Reach out to your neighbors, to your family. Make sure you have a guaranteed secure place. If you're up on Tinian and Saipan, that's going to be very important. You've got about 18 hours before damaging winds arrive at your location. So this is some stuff to prepare for. We're going to put this up on our Facebook page in a little bit, but just a few items to consider as you go into the preparations.
Yeah, thanks, Brandon, for that information. And there's a lot of stuff that people should still do as we go right into the worst of the storm, with the tropical storm force conditions setting up across Guam and the CNMI as early as this evening. Medicine, cash. Make sure you have cash because ATMs will likely be offline once the power outages start happening. Important documents, gas tank supply. Your time to get gas and fill up on supplies is getting short, especially across the CNMI as this super typhoon approaches your area. Need shelter? Get in shelter now. If you do not live in a reinforced concrete home, a bunker-style home, you will not be safe. If we're looking at Category 4, potentially Category 5 conditions, we are experts in Saipan and Tinian after Super Typhoon U2 in 2018. If you're not in a concrete structure, get in a shelter immediately. We have shelters open all across the islands. I think we have some 700 people in shelter here on Guam right now, and probably a lot more across Saipan and Tinian and Rota. If you are not in concrete shelter, go to a shelter immediately. Bring items to keep distracted, games, videos, books, generator, avoid carbon monoxide poisoning. Do not run generators inside your home or even near your home. Keep them a little bit distant from your living quarters to avoid these casualties. Do not become a statistic. If you have pets, call ahead to the shelters. Make sure your pets have supplies, food, and items for their safety and existence. Take pictures inside and outside of homes. And for the post-typhoon, I know we're getting questions about all clears across the FSM. Make sure you wait for the all clear from government authorities before you start venturing out. We're going to hand this over to Ken to talk about expectations for Guam, Rota, Tinian, and Saipan over the next couple of days. What can you tell us, Ken?
Okay, we're still looking at for Tinian and Saipan. We're looking at winds starting to increase through the day. As was said earlier, this is the best it's going to be today. Things are going to be going downhill very quickly, and we're looking at peak winds moving into Tinian and Saipan. Even though the forecast is putting it down to 145, we're still looking in the 130 to 160 mile per hour range, with gusts well in excess of that, 180 to up to 200 miles per hour in the stronger storms and showers. Rainfall, we're looking at 20 plus inches for Tinian and Saipan, right there in the eye wall, and as the other bands move through. Seas are going to be deadly, 30 to 40 feet, with surf heights of 20 to 25 feet. Coastal inundation, if you live close to the shore, get to higher ground because you're looking at 4 to 7 feet of coastal inundation. For Rota, a little bit less. We're looking at strong tropical storm to low-end typhoon warning, or typhoon force winds, 55 to 65 miles per hour with gusts to 80 miles per hour. Rainfall will be a little bit less, 10 to 20 inches we're looking at for Rota, with seas still deadly, 20 to 30 feet, and surf height of 15 to 20 feet. Coastal inundation, 3 to 5 feet. For Guam, we're going to see the best conditions here, with still in a tropical storm warning. We will remain in a typhoon watch for those possible wobbles to the south. But we're looking at 40 to 50 miles per hour winds with gusts to 65 miles per hour. The strongest winds are going to be over the northern portion of the island. We're looking at still 6 to 12 inches of rainfall over the next couple of days, with seas also still deadly, but a little bit lower, 15 to 25 feet, and dangerous surf, 10 to 15 feet, and still coastal inundation of 1 to 3 feet.
So are these conditions what we can expect for the entire time, or are these reflecting the worst conditions?
These are reflecting the worst conditions. They will increase as you go along, and then they will gradually decrease as the storm moves by.
All right, thanks, Brandon. Thank you, Ken. As we wrap this up, we have a couple meetings coming up at 9 o'clock. 988, the National Suicide Hotline is available. I know there's a lot of PTSD, storm-related PTSD from folks that dealt with Super Typhoon U2 in 2018 and other storms since, as well as Mawar here on Guam. 988, if you feel like you can't cope with this, there is hope. Dial 988. Counselors are standing by to take your call. Even for these storm conditions, someone is there ready to talk to you and help you through this. If you call us, we may not have the best information for you, especially with the grim situation we have moving forward. But 988 is available as a resource just to talk to you, help you get through the stress.
We got one question coming in. Do we need to unplug electronics if we are on Guam?
Yeah, it's better safe. We're going to probably see power fluctuations. We've already had some spotty outages overnight as well as through the morning. If you're concerned about electronics, go and unplug those because we're going to see those outages continue as we go through the hours. And just a little bit on the Guam and CNMI side, Guam remains in condition of readiness 2. The military base is also in TC Core 2. That will probably change as we go through the day. So listen for official information from the Guam Homeland Security and Emergency Management. Saipan also remains in typhoon condition 2 at Saipan, Tinian, and Rota, with the northern islands at TC or tropical storm condition 3.
What are the chances we could see the center of Senlaku drop southward?
Well, definitely we could see a little bit of a wobble to the south, but the likelihood of something dropping as far south as Guam is becoming slim to none. Again, a shift even 10 miles to the south would bring a little bit more wind intensity to Guam, and especially to Rota, but we're seeing that opportunity subside as time marches on. So that is the good news here for Guam. But again, as we go through the next 24 hours, do expect a little bit more wobble either north or south, but we are looking at a very solid pass somewhere through the CNMI. All right, we're going to wrap this up. Brandon and I have to get off to another meeting very shortly, but we're going to probably go Facebook Live again. Stay tuned to the National Weather Service Guam here on Facebook. We're going to have a lot of information coming to our page as we go throughout the day in a full communications mode. Stay safe, maximize your preparedness, especially across Guam and the CNMI as we go through the day and conditions do worsen through the afternoon hours.
All right, Marianas. Well, that's what we got from the folks over at the National Weather Service as they are wrapping up there and heading off to their next meeting. We are going to be speaking with folks from Guam here in just a little bit. But again, the main things that the folks that they're telling you about is, hey, make sure that if you got medicine, PHI is open till 1 o'clock today. So if you need to get your medication for the next few days, go get that there. Cash, make sure you hit the ATMs to get some cash because if power goes out, ATMs need power. Also phone lines. Important documents if you need. Make sure you got fuel for your tanks. If you don't have a concrete house that's fully concrete, you're going to want to get to one of the shelters for a storm that's coming in at this size. If you want to make the right phone call for that, that's going to be 237-8000, 670-237-8000 to make sure that you got that. Now, what's going on for us here? Like at high seas, high surf, and massive winds coming up 130 to 160 miles per hour, gusts as high as 180 miles per hour, and a lot of water coming in. Coastal inundation, 4 to 7 feet is what they're talking about. Again, high seas, 30 to 40 foot seas. The surf, 20 to 25 foot surf. You don't want to be out there in the water. You don't want to be out there messing around for any of this stuff. I mean, this is the thing that we're worried about right now as this happens. So as we get closer to tomorrow morning, you know, that's when the conditions are going to deteriorate. So we're going to have more from the folks at the National Weather Service for sure later today. They're getting ready for their 9 o'clock meeting, and then we're going to be talking to some of these folks who are over there in Guam as well. My goodness. This is the storm that is coming our way. It is Super Typhoon Senlaku. It's really interesting because this storm, we've been watching it get closer and closer over the last week or so, and it's looked like normally we normally don't see it like that, right? I mean, normally when we have these kind of storms, we don't have all those days building up to it, but we absolutely have for this one here. Oh, geez, did we turn that off? No, it's all right. So we are going to have a heads up, another call with the folks over there in Guam in just a little bit. We're going to be with you for a while, but what we're going to end up doing now is taking a real quick break. We've got to get some love for our sponsors, and that'll give us a chance to stretch the legs a little bit. So we'll be right back with more for you right after this.
Still taking.
Shiny smiles all around, where happiness is found. It's the little things that make it true. Shiny smiles start with
They're friends and neighbors, sons, fathers. They're little league coaches and veterans. They're people who love this country. These are Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers. They are removing violent criminals from our streets and neighborhoods. It's dangerous and difficult work. But ICE has one mission: to make America a safer place to live. And that's what they're doing. This is law enforcement. This is ICE.
Sports Update.
The NASCAR Cup Series returns to Bristol Motor Speedway for the Food City 500, 266.5 miles and 500 laps. NASCAR was off last week, but the race 2 weeks ago at Martinsville saw Chase Elliott take the checkered flag for the first time this season. Kyle Larson won the Food City 500 last year. He's still looking for his first win of 2026. Today also marks the return of Alex Bowman. The driver of the number 48 car for Hendrick Motorsports missed the last 4 races after experiencing symptoms of vertigo during his race at Circuit of the Americas, but he has now been medically cleared to race. The action begins at 3 o'clock Eastern on FS1. The final round of the Masters is today, as one golfer will take home the green jacket. Part of the tradition with the Masters that takes place before the tournament begins is the annual Champions Dinner. The defending champion hosts previous champions to a dinner with a menu of the champion's choosing. Ben Hogan started the tradition back in 1952. Rory McIlroy won last year, so his dinner this year included a Wagyu filet mignon, seared salmon, glazed carrots with brown butter, and crispy Vidalia onion rings. There have been some unique menu items in years past. The 2021 champion Hideki Matsuyama had a Japanese-inspired menu with sushi and Wagyu beef. The 2012 and 2014 champion Bubba Watson had a more simplified menu with a Caesar salad, chicken breast, mac and cheese, and vanilla ice cream. And 2000 champ Vijay Singh had a wide variety of choices: Thai tomka, chicken Penang curry, baked sea scallops, and a Chilean sea bass with chili sauce. We'll have to wait and see what this year's tournament winner cooks up next year. The NBA regular season concludes tonight, all 30 teams in action as the playoffs are upon us. 2 nationally televised games today. At 6 o'clock Eastern, the Celtics host the Magic. Boston is locked in as one of the higher seeds in the Eastern Conference. And at 8:30 Eastern, the Spurs take on the Nuggets. San Antonio will be the 2 seed in the Western Conference. They will play whoever emerges as the 7 seed in the play-in tournament. The regular season is winding down in the NHL as well, and some high-stakes matchups are in store today. At 3 o'clock Eastern, the Penguins face the Capitals. At 6 o'clock Eastern, the Islanders host the Canadiens. And also happening at 6 o'clock Eastern, the Bruins take on the Blue Jackets. It's game on with the Fox Sports app, available wherever you download apps. I'm Tony Genualdo.
Get more on the Fox Sports app and foxsports.com.
Waves crash hard, the shore don't break. Roots go deep, no storm can take. This land of ours where hearts ignite. Saipan stands holding tight. Tinian whispers, winds that heal. Road rises, forged in steel. Island strong, we carry on. Through the dark, we find the dawn. Hold the line, we sing our song. Saipan, Tinian, Rota, Island strong.
All right, good morning, Marianas. It is 9:07 a.m. here on Monday as we are awaiting the arrival of Super Typhoon Sinlaku. And it is not something that we are excited about at all. We are hoping that we don't have to deal with it at all. But, you know, chances are that those odds are changing little by little. That is the last 6 hours of this storm as it continues to make its march toward the Marianas. Look at that defined eye that Landon was talking about this morning, that big old donut making its way toward the Marianas. That is one scary looking beast. And, you know, that's what we've got. That's what's coming our way. Now, we're still enjoying some nice weather today, but that is going to continue to deteriorate throughout the day. We're looking at it getting worse as the night approaches. So this is your chance to get your stuff together, get your supplies together, get your house together. And I know that some of the private schools are going to be closing up earlier today than normal. And then tomorrow, I mean, everything's pretty much going to be closed down. If you don't get your stuff today, you're going to be out of luck. A lot of places are going to be closing at 1 o'clock today. So get that stuff, get what you need. Get your gas together if you haven't already. Get your fuel cans filled up. Get some water filled up at the house. And get ready. And why? You never know how bad it's going to be. You never know. We have our best guess, thanks to the folks over there at the National Weather Service, Homeland Security, Emergency Management, and all the folks working at the CNMI State Warning Point. But if you're not prepared for it, then you're going to be in some trouble. Again, if you don't have they talked about it today, if you're not in a fully concrete structure, you want to get to one of the shelters that are available today. You want to reach out to the folks from the CNMI State Warning Point at 237-8000. 670-237-8000 is the number to get them. And they will not only tell you where the closest shelter is, but you might not be able to get around. You might not, if you don't have transportation, the Commonwealth Office of Transit Authority is going to get you there. And they will coordinate all that stuff, the transportation and everything for you. So don't mess around. This is not the kind of time to do that stuff, right? Make sure your house is in order. Make sure that your stuff is in order. Start packing your stuff for the shelters or for a family or friend's house that you can go and ride that out in a fully concrete structure. You don't want to miss that at all. So we got time, but that time is running out. And the time for you to start getting ready for it is now. So that's it. There's all kinds of folks from all over who are watching. And we want to say that you guys, appreciate you guys for tuning in. Thanks for the comments and everything. But remember, let people know what's going on. Let people know. Don't forget those numbers, 237-8000, 237-8000. That is the state warning point. That is your emergency operations center. That's how you're going to find out. Or that's how you can find out where the shelters are and get transportation to those shelters. So we're going to be here for, all day pretty much till we start, so it starts getting a little bit crazier. Then we're going to do it from somewhere else. Says Mike says, is there a hotline number for those who don't have relatives or people to help them relocate and stuff in the scene of Mike? Yes, that number is 237-8000. The state warning point, if you don't have friends, if you don't, or family who are able to help you relocate to the shelters, the Commonwealth Office of Transit Authority will get you there, but they will coordinate everything through the state warning point and through Homeland Security Emergency Management. So give them a call, or call for your friends and family if they can't call for themselves. 670-237-8000. 670-237-8000. That's the number to get all that done. By the way, if you got something on your mind, you can give us a call. Our number here is 670-789-2323. You can even call us on WhatsApp at that number too, to get a hold of us. We're getting ready to go and hop on the air with the folks from Guam, but we can get you the latest update that we got from the CNMI Emergency Operations Center, the state warning point. We get the information direct from them, and we can tell you exactly what the latest is because we got it. That's what we do. Hold on, let me see. Is that it? That's number 9, and this one is 8A. That was at 5 a.m., and this is the one that we want right here, the 8 o'clock version. When they come out with the latest ones is when we want to get you everything. Let's go to the old share screen so you guys can see it with us as well. Excuse me. Here we go. But this is the same thing, that we're in a typhoon warning for Saipan, Tinian, and Rota. Remember what that means? It means typhoon force winds within the next 48 hours. That is happening. Tropical storm watch remains in effect for Pagan and Alamagan. Residents of Agrian should carefully monitor everything that's going on as well. So here's the latest that came out, that the storm is making its march toward the northern Marianas now. It's about 305 miles as the last update away from Rota, and 310 from Guam, 315 from Tinian and Saipan, 400, and then further south of Alamagan and Pagan. Maximum sustained winds 180 miles per hour. As we heard from National Weather Service, by the time it actually gets us, they're saying that it'll probably be anywhere between 130 and 160 miles per hour making landfall here, because it will diminish. They think it's already reached its peak intensity. So it's not getting stronger now, which is good, but it's dying down, and that still means we're going to get some very significant winds coming our way through this storm. Center of the storm, they talked about where it is, and that eye wall is pretty big. They were saying it's about 15 miles across on that storm. In fact, we can put this on here for you too while we're reading this other thing up. About 15 miles across is that eye. Can you imagine that? That's enough for, you could fit all of Saipan in that eye wall, and you hope that we don't get hit by, we don't get centered just like Tinian did, and we hope that Tinian doesn't get it this time either. So it's maintaining its track. It's still on course for Tinian and Saipan, and we are about 12 hours away from seeing some really intense winds today. And tonight, the real arrival of it's going to be very early Tuesday morning. So early, it's like Monday night, but Tuesday morning. And throughout Tuesday, Wednesday's not going to be a picnic either. We've heard directly from Landon this morning during the phone call that it was going to be pretty brutal. Hold on. I have a call coming in right now. I'm just got to put you guys on mute just for a second. All right, had to make sure I take the phone calls. So when people call my regular phone, I want to make sure that they know that they're calling, that we're actually going to be on the air when they do it, because if I get them cold on the air, you never know. But right now we have on the phone, we have our own Representative Marissa Flores. Rep Flores, how are you this morning?
I'm doing good. I'm a little nervous, but it's not like we haven't been down this road before. We've had a couple of days to prepare, which is good. And we have to thank our executive branch for, allowing some time for the community to get prepared and stay ready. I'm praying that this thing won't be as strong as they say it's going to be and maybe pass. But I'm calling just to, send out a quick message to the community to stay safe. There's frontline workers that have protocols in place. Always stay informed. I don't know if you're going to be on from your house, but it would be nice if, the public has a medium that will give them the up-to-date information. Because if there's one thing we know, communication is vital to our survival. And in terms of being actually prepared, and if there's some other needs that the community may have, like going to the hospital and stuff like that. We know that Homeland Security, I believe, the Joint Office have a Facebook Live that is on. So if they could use that medium to stay informed, that would be great. I hope and I pray that this passes. But in the meantime, I would like to say to the community, stay safe, prayers up, and I love you guys. And, I stand ready to be of assistance when it is needed and when I'm called to do so. So take care, everybody. I love you, Marianas, and stay safe.
Well,
that's you too, Brad.
Thank you too. Hey, well, first of all, we love you. You do all kinds of great stuff for us out here in the community. I imagine you're getting some calls from folks, your constituents.
Yes, I had just visited the shelter at MHS. There's some families there already, and I'm pretty sure more will be trickling in soon. They've got their protocols down. I was able to exchange some conversation with those in charge of that shelter. And like I said, this is not new to us. We're a very resilient community. The protocols have been in place. So the only thing we can do is pray and hope that this passes. And in the meantime, take care of each other and stay informed. That's the most we can do right now.
Yeah, I know we've got a bunch of folks who are, there's folks standing by waiting to see what happens with the storm. And if it does hit us dead on, that there's going to be all kinds of resources that'll be flown in here and folks to get stuff together. We will be live as much as we can throughout the whole thing. And it's going to depend on, what happens. What we have great information from the folks from the Emergency Operations Center, great contacts with all them. So they're giving us all the latest and accurate info.
That's awesome. Right. And, as long as it's up to date and, we're not taken by surprise, I think that's going to be detrimental to how we manage and mitigate. So, the more information that's out there, the more live it is in real time. That's the most I can ask for. And again, to the community, stay safe. We know what to do. We've been down this road before, and it is just crucial that we continue to, take care of each other and be informed. That's the most I can say. And my prayers to everybody for their safety, and hopefully the storm passes.
Yeah, hopefully the storm passes is right. That's what we're hoping for as well. And, well, geez, I can't imagine how much fun this isn't going to be for cleanup and everything. I know your crew's ready to go. I know the teams are ready to go. How about with the legislature? Can you give us a little behind the scenes? Like, how do you guys communicate when all this stuff's happening?
Well, there's communications among the precinct level. So I know that those in precinct 3 were open to communication, right? We kind of tell each other who's doing what. And the same applies for all the other members in each of the districts they serve. So again, this is nothing new to us. We know exactly what needs to happen. We know what to do in the event of, um, post and pre-storm disaster preparedness. We understand what to do, and I think that as long as we're all communicating and disseminating information as it comes to our constituents through the phone, WhatsApp, and other mediums, I think we'll be all right. But right now, we pretty much know what we need to do to help each other as far as legislators and what each office is capable of. At the end of the day, we all come together and we help the community. It's not fragmented that one precinct will take care of each other. I think as a whole, this is that one time where we all come together as a community. It doesn't matter which precinct we serve, but we know that the priority should always be the community. And if we are at liberty and we have the resources to help those in our precincts, then we understand that as well.
Yep, and that's one of the things that we notice is that when these things happen, everybody comes together. It doesn't matter what party you're in, what precinct you're in, what anything. We are all together when it comes to this stuff. And wow, it's great.
That is true.
It's one of the heartwarming things about out here.
You gotta love it.
Any shout outs or anything for you to give out to anybody?
Just be safe, Marianas. We know we've been down this road before. Be safe, have faith. I can't stress enough that, we are a faith-based community, so we have to pray for everyone's safety, and hopefully this takes a turn and doesn't hit us. But in the meantime, all I can say is stay ready. We're all prepared. Just be safe. That's it. That's all I can say right now to everyone, and that I love them, and that my prayers are with everybody as we wait and anticipate this storm.
All right. Well, thanks so much for all of that. We'll be here, so call us anytime. Let us know what's going on.
Right on, Brad. Thank you. You guys take care and be safe.
All right. You too. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. That is our representative, Marissa Flores from Precinct 3, who is on with us. Just calling, give us a little update and let everybody know what's happening on her side. Bernadita Rabalaman popping in saying, hey, God bless to all the people of Saipan and to my families, to my grandson, Cody Babauta. Please be safe there, from Grandpa and Grandma from Washington. Be safe, grandson. We love you. Oh, geez. Bernadita, that is beautiful stuff. All kinds of folks weighing in, talking about staying safe and for us to be careful out here, and we absolutely will. All right, well, if you know what's going on, it's that big storm that's making its way out our way. You've got throughout the day to be prepared for this or get your final preparations done, because you're not going to have that chance tonight, because most things are going to be closing today at 1 o'clock. All the government offices are already closed. PHI Pharmacy is going to close at 1 o'clock. Some of the private schools are going to close at 1 o'clock to get people out as well. This is your chance to get all those things that you need, top off those fuel cans, get the water for the house, get some of those food things for the house to get prepared for this. Call 237-8000. That is the number for Homeland Security Emergency Management. They're the ones who are going to get you to the shelter or tell you which shelter is open for you. And that's it. Mike saying, hey, storms never last, do they, baby? No kidding. Ryan saying, hey, I hope the storm melts down when coming to the scene. Mike, wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be great for it to go away before it got here? Got a plan for it to not go away, but it's here. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. All right, just sending a reminder message to those folks down there in Guam. But it's been pretty action-packed so far this morning, where we've had Landon on the show. We had the live stream from the National Weather Service with Landon and Brandon and the whole team over at the National Weather Service in Teeds and Guam. Also had Marissa Flores just rang in to give us an update on everything that they're doing. Also heard from PIO from the Homeland Security Emergency Management. Bernard Villagomez letting us know what was going on. That is great. And man, we're just going to keep on trucking this morning and let it roll. Boy, oh boy, we are getting a lot of stuff done here. And let's see, if we're not going to get that phone call, then we're going to end up continuing to get prepped. But we did post the latest on the NMI News Service website, nminewsservice.com. During the night through social media, we ended up putting everything out there as it was coming. But I could tell you that it was one of those things, finally got some sleep last night, and it was good sleep too. But the latest that we had earlier was the big winds from Sinlaco as it's making its way over, and that, thank goodness, that it has, they think, already reached its peak intensity, and it's all downhill from here. Still going to be strong by the time it approaches here in the Marianas, in the northern Marianas of Saipan and Tinian, 130 to 160 miles, sustained winds, gusts being well in excess of that on its approach. So that's what's shaking for us, folks. That is what we are dealing with right now and what we're looking at. So the track you can see on the screen. In fact, here, I'll put that on here. This is the latest track. Let's go up to that big screen. Bam, there it is. That's that monster that's making its way. Those updates are coming every 10 minutes on that screen. That's the last 6 hours of that track. So what we're going to do, we're going to grab a little bite to eat here. We'll leave this on the screen, and then we're going to take your calls in a little bit. So we're not going anywhere, folks. Let's see if there are any new updates. I'm just checking the other screen real quick. We want to check to make sure, like, we get these email updates that are coming all the time from the Emergency Operations Center. I don't know if you guys felt it this morning, but there was an earthquake not far away. There was no tsunami threat associated with it or anything, but we did experience an earthquake. In fact, before I left the house, and Kathy's like, "Oh, did you feel that?" I'm like, "I did not." So that was this morning. We were up early, 5:43 a.m., a 4.5 magnitude that was further away from us, but we still were able to feel it out here in the CNMI. And my goodness, we're getting typhoons, we're getting little earthquakes. Thank goodness it was just a little one, a little baby one, nothing too heavy for us, because I think there's only so much we can handle at a time, right? Do we need any more? I'm going to say no. All right, well, this is what we've got for us right now. All right, let's get you a little music while this is happening here, folks. And, well, we'll just leave this here for a little bit. We'll leave this thing steady on here. And as we get some, wait for our next update that's coming. So we're not going anywhere. We're just going to be here for you. If you see something, say something. And stay anonymous. Call Crime Stoppers at 234-7272 or submit a tip online at nmicrimestoppers.com. No names, no caller ID, no recordings, just your info. And if your tip leads to an arrest, you could earn up to $1,000 in cash. Your tips have helped take hundreds of criminals off the streets in the NMI. It works because of you. Crime Stoppers, we want your information, not your name. PHI is your local pharmacy serving customers in Cagman, Garapan, and Dandan since 1996. Shop PHI Pharmacy for all your prescriptions, and we even offer a large line of multivitamin supplements. Our Dandan location is open weekdays from 8 to 6 and 8 to 4 on weekends. Or visit our Garapan and Cagman locations weekdays from 8 to 6 and 8 to 1 on Saturdays. Check us out online at phipharmacy.com or follow us on Facebook. PHI is a locally owned independent community Health Mart pharmacy. Health Mart, taking the time to listen and care.
Sparks ignite the air. Buried cables on the future's there. Through the jungle under waves so deep, where we're waking up from a techless sleep. Educated island, heavy shore. We're not disconnected anymore. High-speed dreams, they're coming alive. Through the hills and the oceans dive. Every home, every heart, every scream. We're wired together in the The world's at your door. From Saipan skies to Tinian's core. No more waiting, no more delays. The speed of light is the island's way. Every business, every school. The fiber's gold, the signal's cool. High-speed dreams, they're coming alive. Through the hills and the oceans dive. Every home, every below. All the oceans glow, digging where the shadows grow. Gold and silver, the currents flow. Treasure below. Treasure rocks like coins in Poseidon's chest, churning dirt from the ocean's crest. Dreams of riches, but what's the cost? A whisper says some things are lost. Coral kingdoms, ghostly frost. Are we mining or paying the tax? Treasure below. Oh, the oceans glow, digging where the shadows grow.
Tower Company. Good morning, 9:35 in the morning. This is Morning to Tech.
Good morning. I love that voice. It's my favorite radio voice on the planet.
Oh, man, this is my guy. Look at that. It's my cousin Brad. Let's do Hey, let's rock and roll, buddy. Stand by for us.
All right.
So that's like one of the first things that you, in a typhoon, this is exactly the first thing that we asked about with school. For sure. And it's mostly, the whole school thing is mostly because they use these schools as shelters. So they have to be cleaned out. They have to be prepared. You know, if you've been in a shelter or you know the shelter life during a typhoon, then you know what you can and cannot bring with you. And a lot of the things that you're packing up, you have to make sure, you know, you can't bring alcohol, you can't bring, you know, you can't be smoking inside the gym. All of those rules. Who's smoking in gyms, buddy? Y'all some little thugs. Ain't nobody. Well, they're also sneaking in their alcohol. So, hey, where there's a will, there's a way, man.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Nice to
What else
you.
are you going to do in a shelter?
I don't know, but we're not sneaking. What? I never. What? Do they do that?
Oh, heck yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. They don't check them at the door.
Wait.
No, they're bringing in. Oh, absolutely.
They're not doing that in
they're,
shelters.
well, they're not smoking in the shelters, but they're smoking outside the shelters. I don't think you can say you can't smoke on a campus.
Yeah.
Maybe throwing your cigarettes is not a good
They
thing in
shouldn't do
front
that,
of the first grade classroom. Maybe not.
Maybe outside the gate.
Yeah, but then you got to go outside the gate.
I think they should go outside the gate because it's still a school campus. But that's just
Unless
me.
it's like 70-mile-an-hour winds, and then you got to choose between your vice and your life.
Yeah, think about your lungs. You don't need it. Choose your lungs. Don't smoke.
And nobody's there to tell you that you can't swig out of a bottle if it's wrapped up in the baby diaper. I mean, you know, there's, like I said,
people wrapping in baby diapers.
I'm people.
Stop lying. Patty's making up.
Stop it.
Nobody.
You ever sneak alcohol in somewhere?
I've not.
I'll tell you what, and you're drinking out of a baby diaper. Nobody's asking you about that in
Drinking
church.
out of a diaper.
I'm just saying,
You're
and
killing me.
asking you what
I'm
you're drinking.
Dead. Listen here, drug mule. Whatever. I've never heard of any of the above. Wow.
I'm just thinking how you smuggle stuff. It's easy. I'm letting you know it's pretty easy.
Calm down, cartel. Let's not go there right now.
Well, I mean, it's not like I drink or anything. But I do. I know all the plans. I know how this thing works.
Okay, she's got the blueprints.
Let me know. Let me know. I'll hook you up. I know how to do this. I know how to do this. So Brad is in Saipan right now, holding things down on the communications front. He joins us on the line this morning. Hey, Brad, what's up, brother? You good?
Yeah, hold on. I just got to finish this diaper drink, and then we'll be good to go. But my goodness, Pat, like I would be more disturbed. Not that I would rather see someone drinking straight from a bottle in a shelter than drinking anything out of a baby diaper.
What you do is you wrap the diaper around the bottle, and the bottle has to be the same width of the diaper, and then you swig it from there.
Because nobody's going to notice or think that it's weird that someone's drinking out of a diaper.
No one said a thing in mass when it happened.
Out of a diaper. All right, so I would think I would go paper bag maybe first, but baby diaper. Like I would want to get that person a counselor if I see someone's mouth anywhere next to eating or drinking anything out of a diaper.
a clean diaper. I mean, it's not like
You would
soiled.
assume, well, it must, there's something's in it. Something's in it.
Well, yeah, that's true. But if you're good at it, you can camouflage it. It's just up to you.
I yield to your experience.
Actually, I have zero experience. I'm just BSing everybody right now about the diaper. It's just the only thing I could think of was handy. That was handy. But she's asking, can you smuggle in alcohol into these places? Absolutely, you can. They're going to know. But the thing is, it's a no-no. They'll kick you out in the street if you do it. That's the thing. I mean, it's like you can risk it.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to do that. It's funny though. I called the school today to let them know that our kids aren't going to be going in. They're letting them out early, and talking with my buddy who runs the school, he's like, "Hey, make sure when you guys are packing up, pack yourself a couple of beers." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't think I get the time to do any of that kind of stuff. I got to be fresh and feeling pretty good about this stuff." But yeah,
that's drinking. I mean, you're not going to take a couple of swigs of something while you're doing something. I'd rather wait until after and then douse myself in it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to get a buzz while I'm doing something. If I'm going to go for it, I'm going to take the edge off. I'm going all the way, and that has to happen afterwards, right? But anyway, I feel like I know too much about this. Somebody said, LOL, the parents are asking at their school because the kids are driving them nuts already.
That's great.
The teacher is actually a parent's like, tell me their school today. What are you guys worried about? Man, we are just hurting down here thinking about the possibilities of Saipan. Y'all don't need that.
No, that's why I'm loving this phone call. It's such a great little stress relief. Everybody else, I mean, it's a nonstop march of letting people know about what's happening and, the doom and gloom and the dread. That this has been so delightful so far. This is absolutely that lighter spirit. Well, we are definitely letting everybody know about the numbers to call. Speaking of shelters, and I'll throw it back out there because we're still doing our show right now too. We're on each other's show right now.
Oh, cool. Hey,
yeah.
Saipan. Hey, Dice is here. Dice, say hi to your people.
Hi, guys.
There you are. There you go. Okay. All right. So we're on the air and you're on the air over here. What are y'all doing up there?
Well, I mean, it's a lot of last minute stuff. So we've been covering all those updates that have happened. We've had Landon on for our phone call this morning. Then we had Homeland Security on for their interviews. And we had, remember, we were going to try to go earlier with you this morning, but we wanted to bring the National Weather Service live update that they had as well. And then we're going to have IT&E come on and talk to us about what they've done. So little by little, every time a new thing comes out, we're letting everybody know about it. This is just a different medium for doing it.
Yeah. So talk to me about what your forecast looks like up there. I mean, over here they're saying, moving north, we'll still get something, but the core of it, where the 175-mile-an-hour winds are dwelling, is not going to be anywhere close to that. And I'm thinking it's not a direct pass over Saipan either.
No, they're saying between Saipan and Tinian right now, and now that they believe that it already reached its peak intensity earlier at 180 sustained winds, and that by the time it gets to Saipan and Tinian and it makes landfall, it should be between 130 to 160 with gusts well in excess of that. So we're battening down all the hatches. People are running around getting some money from ATMs, getting their prescriptions filled or any medicine they need at the local pharmacies that are staying open only till midday. Making sure they get that last minute water and food and all that other stuff, because by tonight around sunset, people should be sheltered in place. And that's where they're going to be for a while, because the storm's expecting to come in very early Tuesday morning. And they said that you might not be able to really leave that sheltered safety until Thursday, because it's a slow moving storm and it's going to have sustained winds and a lot of it all through for all of Wednesday. So we're waiting to see if it takes any other ticks up north. It would be great if it really went north of our islands, but even if that happens, we're still going to get some very strong winds up here. And, I know that you guys were praying that it wouldn't hit you. Well, it worked. Keep praying. Pray for some more northward stuff for you.
Yeah. This is a tough time, but a lot of those homes in Saipan, what is the status of the security of of the construction of a lot of these homes. I'm pretty sure, as in Guam, you do have substandard homes that are being held together by tin roof and sideboard, and these are the people that take refuge in these shelters. But for the most part, there's a lot of dormant buildings right now as well. There's, a lot of businesses have abandoned some of these places where they once were having business. Tell me what those businesses that are left dormant, how are they being secured?
So that's a tough one. So first of all, let's talk about that housing part you're talking about. So the last time that we got the direct hit was in 2018, and that was the Super Typhoon U2, and those wood and tin structures were no match. Everybody who has a structure like that, first of all, should not be there and should get to the shelter now. And if they don't have the ability to get to there, or they don't know where there is, the number they should be calling is 670-237-8000. That is the CNMI State Warning Point, our Homeland Security and Emergency Management headquarters. They will not only tell you where the best shelter is for you, they will also provide transportation for you from the Commonwealth Office of Transit Authority. They are standing by to do all that stuff for folks right now. And so that's the heavy thing. In fact, folks, they are told right now that this storm is too strong. There's no way that one of those structures is going to survive. Now, thankfully, the folks from FEMA were helping to rebuild the island after the storm and trying to create more resilient housing. So there are a lot of folks who were living in substandard housing or houses that were severely damaged that now have bunkers that are well insulated as well, so they're not like those ovens that people could live in, those concrete ones. These have insulation built right into them, and they're going to be good to go. So that's outstanding. As far as those businesses and construction sites, folks that were either rebuilding or that were left vacant, a lot of the sheet metal stuff that would be outside has all been removed from all those spots. A lot of the construction stuff that's happening right down the street from us at Marianas High School, like all of those things that would keep keep people from wandering into those sites. Well, that stuff is gone now, so that doesn't become projectiles for folks in the community as well. And as far as the abandoned places, well, those abandoned places are still abandoned. They're not any less abandoned than they were. And so hopefully that there won't be things flying around through there. In fact, we keep thinking about IPI.
Yeah, exactly. So that's exactly what we're talking about, whether or not any of these structures that have been left vacant, are there owners that are still trying to secure it because, like you said, IPI, you've got a situation where there could be just projectiles that are just need to become loose by the wind, by the higher winds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's it. And that's like one of the things that, things that we were doing at the house. By the way, since I've got your audience here, I got to tell you, my wife is a superstar. She has been doing this stuff for the last 3 storms now for us, where kids were a lot smaller then, but she was holding down the fort when I was trying to do all that stuff for the utilities, getting out, getting the water, and all those other things. And then for the last one, when I was doing the military stuff with Joint Region, making sure that even doing the laundry when I was like out like 16 to 18 hours a day, and coming home and just knocking out and going back out there, she took care of everything. So this time, at least the kids are older to have helped out, getting everything ready, getting all those loose objects, bringing everything into the house, putting it into the storage shed and all that other stuff. I helped out with the bigger and heavier stuff, but really they did all that stuff, and she is my rock for everything. And and everyone who's doing this stuff has that.
We certainly know you're no good without her, Brad. We've discovered that many, many years ago.
True story. True story.
Well, I think that the spirit of the community, and we see this, and it's evident. We can call each other out on things. We can even challenge each other on all of our points politically. But, we're all the same humans that are going through the same exact scenario. And it's just how much we can, step up and hold it together. And we are a people who hold it together. We're known to hold it together. So that's why I don't have many concerns about people helping each other. How Guam, I talked to the governor this morning. She's already talked to Governor Apatang, and they've already discussed, what cleanup would look like. And, of course, resources are always shared in these cases. And so they're standing at the ready for any resources and assets that will need for each other to clear up. So I'm glad that you and I connect, because your audience and our audience are going through the exact same thing, but just a few hundred miles away from each other. So we pray, honestly and obviously, we have many friends and relatives in Saipan and Tinian that we are praying for. We hope you guys are going to get it, get with it as much as we are getting with it, and learning how to navigate these things together with, good stewardship, understanding, compassion, and a whole lot of prayer. So if there's anything we could do for you on this end, brother, how to just dial us up.
Well, keep that praying and the jokes going. That definitely helps us out.
No shortage there, bro. No shortage there.
Hey, you mentioned about the shared resources, helping each other out and all that other stuff. So yesterday we met with the folks at the Commonwealth Utilities Corporation. That for us is your GWA and your GPA combined, right? You guys have them separate. And it was funny. I was talking with the chief financial officer, Betty Turlai. She was talking about how she had spoken with the folks from the utilities in Guam, and they were pledging that we were going to be ready when that storm goes to Guam. And then all of a sudden, times change and that track moves up north. And we got that same call from the utilities over in Guam saying, hey, we're going to be there for you when this stuff happens. It's such a great thing. It is such a great thing that we're already, working for each other and ready for each other when this stuff happens. And
that's what it is, yeah.
And by the way, it's something funny. We affectionately refer to them as the Tinian Air Force. The Star Marianas has flown all its planes. They're over there at the Guam airport, all ready to go. Yep. And waiting for this stuff to pass. And it was neat. Sean Christian, the president from Star Marianas, sent a video of all the planes over there, and then a shot of the aerial tracker software that they have, where you could see all the planes in a line making their way one after another from Tinian and Saipan and Rota, making their way to Guam. So, you guys are already helping out our vital inter-island link as well. And I'm sure the folks from Micronesian Air Connections are down there as well. So there's so much between all of us, that I know that, we really are, it's not just a word about we are Mariana strong. We're all there together.
Well said, my friend. Well said. If there's anything we could do for you, obviously you know how to get a hold of us. We know how to find you. Dice, you want to say anything to your people?
Yes. As a matter of fact, if it lands in my lot or compound, it belongs to me.
Yeah. That's the thing. Possession is 9/10 of the law. So if you have a Starlink that's made its way into Dice's property, she's going to be using it, just so you know.
That is awesome. I love this. But that was one of the things I had to do. There's all kinds of stuff. The idea, though, I'm hoping a fresh cow that lands would be pretty good.
Okay, now you're talking. Now you're talking. I need the big stuff. I need entire cattle. I get it.
That's great. It's going to come here from Tinian. It's going to land in the front yard, and hopefully it'll still be fresh and ready to go, so we can feed the neighborhood for a week.
Well, I hope we see each other soon, Brad. You guys be safe. Your listeners, thank you. We're all on this side of Guam, certainly praying for your safety, and we hope for reciprocal prayers as well for down here. Thanks a lot, man.
Thank you. Love both of you guys. Dice, so great to hear you.
We love you, Saipan.
Love it. Love it.
All right, we'll talk to you soon, Brad. That's Brad. That's Brad Rosala.
All right, those are our friends, Patty Arroyo and Dice. You remember Dice? Oh my gosh, she's so great. Our big #1 radio voice, super host extraordinaire. She's down there in Guam as well. All right, so we've got some confirmation about other folks who are going to be making their way on here a little bit later. But we're getting a call earlier from right next door. So I'm gonna leave the screen up, the shared, because I got a call. Our friends next door at KKMP were calling. I just want to find out. I'm gonna call them first to say, hey, were you planning on being on each other's show? Because if we are, then we'll put them on. So just give me a real quick second to call them, and so just sit tight. All right. Well, folks who are watching right now, this is we're able to get this thing together. How about that? That was I thought I was super cool with our Google Meet. Apparently, it didn't work the way I was hoping for. But folks, while you're sitting here watching with us, you're looking at the screen. You're seeing the approach of Super Typhoon Sinlaku, and but now we're going to hear, you've got a big screen of a big typhoon, but now you're going to get the big kahuna from IT&E. We have with us the IT&E CEO, David Gibson. David, good morning. Can you hear us?
Good morning.
Good morning. It's good to see you. And I see, wow, you know, there's all that blue there between the shirt and the wall. You almost blend right in over there.
Oh yeah, we're consistent with our blue theme here. Yeah, this is my I'm in the office right now.
No, that's great. That you're over there safe and sound in the headquarters in Guam?
Yes, I am. Yeah, we're leadership team here is monitoring events here and in the CNMI.
Well, that's great. That's the way better place to be at right now. So it's at least you're in a good spot. I know that you guys have been actively monitoring everything that's happening between the weather and the situation on the ground and what's on the way. And so I imagine that you guys have been really hustling to make sure that everything, all the hatches are battened, if you will, out here.
Yeah, we started planning for this storm for both islands at the beginning of the week. So we've done everything from test our generators, obviously filling up on fuel. We did a battery upgrade at the Tinian Central office. We're checking the batteries and gen sets at all of the mobility sites. Clearly, we've come up with a restoration plan. We've been keeping CUC, Homeland Security, and the governor's office in the loop, so to speak, with regards to our actions. We think we're prepared. Our team meets twice a day to do readouts just to verify that we haven't left something. We haven't forgotten something. So, yep.
Well, I mean, now this is going to be one of those things where we're going to be able to see the benefits of having some of those buried fiber lines that you've got. Not one of those cheap plugs, but I mean, this is one of the reasons why we're hoping to do it, right?
Yeah, this is an unfortunate way to prove our point with regards to the value of buried fiber, but we hope that we believe our network will be resilient through this event.
Well, that's what we're hoping for, too, out here for just about everything. If only we had our power lines underground, too, maybe we got a little bit more stability on this. And, we've gotten all the updates from the folks from the EOC, National Weather Service. Are you guys hearing the same stuff? Do you have any other heads up on what you're expecting?
No, I think we're hearing the same news and being briefed with the same details that you are, that it looks like the window for the storm to move significantly north of Saipan is closing. So, right now we just hope it doesn't make a direct hit on Saipan. So, but we're prepared, and when it's safe, we'll bring additional resources over to the CNMI as part of our restoration efforts.
Yeah, and maybe you could share a little bit about that. Give us a little like that inside baseball. I mean, what does that look like for you? I mean, when you're running a big telecom like that, one of the more vital industries that we have here. What do you have to do? What are some of those things that you got to think about moving back and forth?
Well, the first thing we'll do is, have to take an assessment as to, what the damage, if any, occurs. But generally speaking, we start from the core out. So in other words, we start at our central offices, our key switching locations, and then we'll go to, obviously government, healthcare, key infrastructure, public safety, and then we'll target sites that have the most impact on the folks on the island. So and then we work our way out until everything's restored.
How about here on the ground, the folks who are already here, and what are some of the things that you've got in place and to keep service going as long as you can?
Well, our critical staff will be hunkered down. First and foremost, the safety of our teammates comes first, and we're not going to put them in danger, but they are poised to go out and start restoring services as soon as it becomes safe to do so.
Well, hopefully there won't be anything that you'll need to restore because we'll be good to go. So
that's what we hope.
Yeah. So as far as like some of your services, I mean, this is where the landlines become a real big deal too, because the landlines, they stay up during these kind of storms.
Yeah, landlines, and anybody who's being fed, directly off of the buried fiber network. I mean, those are the most resilient. Those are the most resilient services. DSL, while it's slow, and analog lines don't necessarily require as much power along the way as mobility sites do. So they're usually pretty stable.
Which is good. We're going to have those tested in the next few days.
We're gonna find out. The good news is, Velma and her team. This isn't their first rodeo. So they know what to expect, and they're ready to get out there and do it. And to the extent that others need service, we have ample inventory of our fixed wireless. So if there is a prolonged outage, whether you're a customer of ours or not, we do have the resources to add additional fixed wireless customers onto the network.
Well, I would imagine that if some of this greenery gets cleared out, it'll be a lot better for the Beam customers too. Might be easier.
Yeah. No, the Beam product is working. Has been working exceptionally well. It's and it is weather hardened. So for folks who do have Beam mounted to their house, please don't touch it. Don't remove it. It's designed to withstand storms like this. So we've had a number of folks call in asking if we would take it down or if they should take it down. Please leave it. Please leave it. It will help on our restoration efforts if we need to, but please leave it.
All right. Well, I know what we're going to probably, as the storm goes on and as we get closer to it and afterwards, be reaching out to you to try to get some updates on if the service does go out somewhere, find out where, and find out like what kind of updates that you guys are going to have on it and stuff like that. Is this, I know you weren't out here for YouTube, but you were in Guam for Mawar, right? And so,
no.
Oh, you weren't?
No.
You were just before?
No.
Just after?
I'm a typhoon virgin, I guess. No, this is my first typhoon. I have been through similar storms that were hurricanes, but those were hurricanes, and those were probably in the 120 mile an hour range. Nothing much more than that. But so I am used to storms, but this is my first typhoon.
Oh my gosh. Well, at least you're going to be able to watch it from there. Folks were hoping that it wouldn't hit Guam. Well, that all those hopes and prayers worked out. And now we're hoping that it doesn't hit us dead on. But there's no, it's not like watching in the mainland where you see all those people leaving the coast and heading out from Louisiana to inner Texas or something like that. Like this is, everyone's here.
And that's a good point. And from everybody at IT and our IT&E family, our thoughts and prayers are with everybody in the Commonwealth. We hope that everybody is taking their own personal precautions and get themselves into the safest space possible as the storm approaches. We're going to be here for you, but everybody's safety is our biggest concern.
Well, we're all keeping our eyes on this stuff, looking for the next update that should be coming in about 45 minutes from now, as this thing continues to churn our way. Somebody lost some power in Cagman, someone just told me. I just got that message that came in. Anyway, but it's not as bad here yet, but it is coming our way, and it's good to get those kind of updates from you. Any shout outs or anything to anybody?
No, listen, again, everybody in the Commonwealth, you guys are all in my mind. Thoughts and prayers for everyone's safety, and hopefully this isn't as bad as it looks. Of course, a shout out to all of the men and women at IT&E that are diligently working to prepare for this storm and plan for the aftermath. I can't tell you how hard these guys are working. In fact, I have another update call in 45 minutes with the team to see how things are progressing, but they're working tirelessly, and I appreciate their families who are putting up with their diligent work right now.
Yeah, I imagine that everyone's hunkering down in the same spot. Is that going to be down there in Susupe?
Yeah, lower base and Susupe are our primary locations. Again, all of our non-essential workers are home, and we're encouraging them to stay home. So it's really the essential workers who will be in Susupe and lower base.
All right, and probably answering calls as they come in. People have some service questions and all that.
Yes, absolutely. But like I said, if you are a Beam customer, please do not try to remove the antenna. They are designed for extreme weather, and again, I don't know what the restoration schedule will look like. So if you do in fact take it down, it's going to probably create a longer wait time to have that antenna reinstalled, because teams are going to be focused on core infrastructure and our mobility sites. So again, please leave the antennas where they are.
Yeah, it's not some assembly required. That's stuff that you guys put up and take down as need be and repair it after the typhoon. So if it does become damaged, people can give you guys a call at the office and take care of it.
Oh, certainly. If it's damaged, give us a call. We'll come out. Like I said, we have ample inventory to repair that next generation fixed wireless, as well as if people who don't use us want it, we have a limited supply, but a decent supply to bring on other folks.
All right. Well, IT&E CEO David Gibson, thank you so much for the update.
Thanks, Brad. You guys stay safe.
We'll do our best. All right. Okay. Take care. Oh, and hey, have you been following any of these other guys who are doing the weather? They've got popular out here recently.
I've seen some of them. I was watching some guy on YouTube. He was like Pacific Weather something or other. I've been watching him. Why?
There's this guy Robert Spetta who's been doing all this stuff. All the details. We got in contact with him. He is from Western New York and a Bills fan, and so you're getting good weather.
I was going to say, I don't know if I would believe anything he has to say. It sounds it does not sound credible to me. It does not sound credible.
Just another Bills reference to get in there. Anyway, take care. We'll talk to you soon. We'll get some other updates when we get closer.
Okay, stay safe, guys.
You too. Take care.
All right.
Thanks to our IT&E CEO, David Gibson. Got to give him a little bit of the business. He is a Patriots fan for sure. And so when those kind of things come up, I do give it to him. All right, looking to see. We haven't got our next one yet, but we're expecting another update from the CNMI Emergency Operations Center at 11 o'clock. And let's just make sure, unless anything drastic happened, that's when our next one should be due. And we'll get that up there as well. I thought maybe we were going to try to get on the phone with our neighbors next door. We'll see if that's still something that we can do. But in the meantime, I think we're going to go back to the big screen, let you see everything that's happening right now with the storm. And we'll be back. We're not going anywhere, but we'll be back with you with more of that stuff in just a little bit. We'll just put a little bit of the tunage in there for you so you guys can kind of enjoy it while we get ready to go.
Waves crash hard, the shore don't break. Roots go deep, no storm can take this land of ours, where hearts ignite. Saipan stands holding tight.
Tillian whispers, winds that heal. Road rises, forged in steel.
Island strong, we carry on through the dark. We find the dawn, hold the line. We sing our songs, Serpentinian rota. Island strong.
Sky turns gray, but we don't fall. Towers crumble, we rebuild all. Sweat and tears, they mark the ground. Every loss, the strength we found. Mountains call, they stand so proud. Oceans roar, but we're not cowed.
Island strong, we carry on through the dark. We find the dawn, hold the line. We sing our song, Serpentinian rota. Island strong.
I don't think they can hear me yet, but can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Holy cow. We are on air right now. Are you on the air right now too?
No, I'm not on the air, but I will be.
Oh, man.
In a little bit.
I'm actually on right now. I could call you back because like everyone could hear us right now. You want me to just call you back on the side?
I'll call you in about half an hour, 30 minutes.
Okay, sounds great. We'll talk to you then. That'll be awesome.
I gotta take some food for my wife. Otherwise, you know how hangry women get when they get hungry.
Oh, I know how I get too.
All right, bro. I'll call you back in half an hour.
All right, we'll talk to you in a bit. Thanks.
All right,
bye. All right. That's Gary Sword from KKMP. We were just talking back and forth and thought maybe we'd be on live together, and that would be great. Hold on just 1 second. I got another message. Thank you. All right. Anyway, good to see all you guys. Sorry about that. That happened. It caught me a little off guard at that time. So here's what I'm doing. I'm going back and forth, trying to coordinate some stuff, get some of these new updates that are coming in too, and making some calls and letting Kathy know what we've got. All right. Well, let me just send her something. All right. There we go. All right, just little by little stuff coming in from all kinds of folks. Indeed, it does. That, by the way, that stuff that Gary was just talking about, that is no joke. I've got a lunchbox packed by my wife that I'm going to jump into here in just a little bit. And that should be awesome. I can't wait because I am hungry. I just got a question. It says, do you have ways for people to donate after the storm? Not yet, but we'll wait and see what happens as we get closer and see what kind of stuff actually rolls in. So it looks like in about 30 minutes, we'll end up getting Gary is going to call us back from KKMP while he's running food to his wife, which is a smart man, a real smart man. Speaking of wives, mine is messaging me at the moment as well. We're waiting to see where those little bubbles move on the WhatsApp. I'm going to give a refresh, but here, and in about 30 minutes, we should be getting the latest update from the Emergency Operations Center. Just refreshing the old email account right now, just in case something popped in that we weren't expecting. Let's find out. Anything new? Let's go inbox. Of course, everything's going to go slow while I'm live with you guys. The latest update that we have from us. Hold on 1 second. I have to message Kathy. All right. So anyway, this is the weather from NOAA. This is not the same thing as that typhoon update, but it does give us a little bit of idea of what to expect with regards to the storm. But basically saying, hey, today tropical storm conditions expected, northeast winds 20 to 30 miles an hour, increasing 35 to 45 this afternoon, gusts as high as 65, especially with heavier showers and thunderstorms, cloudy and scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. The highs around 85 degrees and the chance of showers is 50%. Oh no, it's going to rain. Let's just put that out there. It's going to rain. Sure. 1 second. Absolutely. Hearing some messages from our friends in DC right now as well. Also getting some other updates from folks in the other media fields. In fact, there's Troy Torres sending us some love from the island of Guam. What a guy, man. I'll tell you what, he's always in our corner when it comes to stuff like this, cheering us on and making sure that we are good to go. Waiting to see this other message that's coming in as well. Anyhow, back to the weather though. Tonight, this weather is expected to deteriorate as the evening gets closer. But typhoon conditions expected tomorrow for sure, like late tonight, early tomorrow. It says right here, northeast winds 60 to 70 miles per hour, increasing to 95 to 105 near noon, then 110 to 125 later in the afternoon, and just getting worse as the night gets on. Tuesday night, south winds 130 to 150. Gusts as high as 180 miles per hour, decreasing to 80 to 100 near midnight. This is what we're talking about for tomorrow's forecast, tomorrow. And Wednesday, tropical storm conditions going to still be in effect for us on Wednesday. It's going to be wild. Yep. Hold on 1 second. All right. So anyhow, 1 second. All right, lots of messages flying back and forth. So that is it. What I'm going to do, we will make sure we pull this one down and get this update for you. But it's going to be rough out there with regards to the weather. But that is the latest that we got from the folks over there at NOAA. And we'll put that on the screen so you guys can see it too. I mean, it is just about as nerdy as it gets. And Tuesday night, tropical conditions expected, northeast winds 60 to 70 miles per hour. Imagine this. In the morning, 60 to 70 miles per hour. By noon, 95 to 100 miles per hour. And then 110 to 125 later in the afternoon. And Tuesday night, tomorrow night, 130 to 150. Gusts as high as 180. And then near midnight, it's going to start to wind down to 80 to 100 miles per hour, and then 60 to 80. Cloudy, widespread, scattered thunderstorms. Then it's going to get down to Wednesday when things are going to calm down to like 50 or 60 miles per hour. So, folks, we're going to be dealing with this pretty heavy stuff for a few days. So that's just what we're going to be in for. So if you live in substandard housing, and by that, hey, that's no offense. It's just if you live in a house that's not going to be resilient to those kind of winds, you can't stay in there. You got to make sure that you call the emergency warning point so they can get you transportation to one of the shelters. You don't want to be in one of, we heard these stories 6 years ago. Was it 8 years ago? My gosh, for you two, where people went from room to room as parts of their house started blowing away, and people who went to their cars. These are folks who did not heed those warnings and get into the shelters. Your wooden tin house is not going to survive this kind of a storm. Call 237-8000. 670-237-8000. That's the state warning point. They will tell you where the shelter is, and they will even get you transportation to the shelter. You're guaranteed survival through the night. You're guaranteed water. That's the safest place to go. If your house is made out of tin and wood, it is not going to survive this. According to this track, that's what you want to do. You don't want to leave that to chance. Especially if you've got a family. Hold on, we can take this. Just 1 second. Hey, Glenn, you're calling, but I'm on the air right now. Is that where you're trying to be, on the air or off the air?
Off.
Off. All right, I got to call you back. I'm going to call you back in just a minute. All right. Hey, folks, I'm going to take this call, and I will, but I'll be right back. So we're not going anywhere. Just hang tight. We'll be right back. That's today. People calling on both lines, and that's how this stuff goes. All right, so we're not going anywhere, so stick around.
Fox Sports Update.
The NBA regular season wraps up tomorrow with every team in action. And the top 6 teams in each conference automatically make the playoffs, while seeds 7 through 10 go through a play-in tournament for the last 2 spots. In the East, we know 5 of the top 6, with the Toronto Raptors, Orlando Magic, and Philadelphia 76ers all live for the final automatic spot. If the Raptors win tomorrow, they get it, but if they lose and Orlando wins, it would be the Magic. If both lose and Philly wins, the 76ers would be 6th, and Orlando and Toronto would be in the play-in. Meanwhile, in the West, the Portland Trailblazers and LA Clippers enter the day tied for 8th, with Portland owning the tiebreaker. The difference there is that the 7th and 8th seeds only need to win 1 game in the play-in tournament, while the 9th and 10th seeds need to win 2. In Major League Baseball, the Arizona Diamondbacks started today, winners of 3 straight, while the Philadelphia Phillies had lost 3 straight. After the Diamondbacks scored twice in the top of the first, things were not looking great for the Phils, at least until the 3rd inning.
Harper sends one to center field. It's deep. It is long gone into the Phillies bullpen. Back to back with Kyle Schwarber.
On NBC Sports Philly, Schwarber a 3-run shot and then Harper a solo homer. The 4-run inning snaps both streaks as the Phillies win it 4-3. College basketball, fresh off winning the 2026 national title, Michigan Athletic Director Ward Manuel announcing at today's championship celebration that the school and head coach Dusty May have reached an agreement on a contract extension, which is expected to be officially signed at some point this weekend. Big WNBA news, according to multiple reports, 3-time All-Star Satu Sabali is signing a multi-year deal with the New York Liberty, joining a roster that already includes stars Brianna Stewart and Sabrina Ionescu. You can listen to and follow the Fox Sports Podcast at foxsports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Greg Thompson.
Get more on the Fox Sports app and foxsports.com.
If you see something, say something, and stay anonymous. Call Crime Stoppers at 234-7272 or submit a tip online at nmicrimestoppers.com. No names, no caller ID, no recordings, just your info. And if your tip leads to an arrest, you could earn up to $1,000 in cash. Your tips have helped take hundreds of criminals off the streets in the NMI. It works because of you. Crime Stoppers, we want your information, not your name. PHI is your local pharmacy serving customers in Cagman, Garapan, and Dandan since 1996. Shop PHI Pharmacy for all your prescriptions, and we even offer a large line of multivitamin supplements. Our Dandan location is open weekdays from 8 to 6 and 8 to 4 on weekends. Or visit our Garapan and Cagman locations weekdays from 8 to 6 and 8 to 1 on Saturdays. Check us out online at phipharmacy.com or follow us on Facebook. PHI is a locally owned independent community Health Mart pharmacy. Health Mart, taking the time to listen and care.
As the day unfolds with laughter and cheer, Brad's got the magic that brings us all near. Sharing tales of hope, dreams that shine bright. Good morning, Marianas, together we ignite. So join the palm trees, we dance through the days. Rhythm and soul in so many ways. Together we rise through the moments we share. Good morning, Marianas, feel the love everywhere. Wake up to the sunshine in the morning light. Good vibes all around, everything feels right. Brad on the show, bringing joy to our day. Into the Marianas breeze, let the worries drift away. Raise your voices high, let the music play on. Good morning, Marianas, we're where you belong.
All right, good morning, Mariana. So welcome back. It is 7:58 a.m. here on Monday, April 13th. We are looking at a storm that is making its way toward the CNMI. the storm that we first thought was going to be hitting Guam. And it is just a big, scary beast making its way our way. We have the latest update, and we're just now actually putting it up on the website, and we'll get it out there to the social media stuff for everybody as well. But this is the latest, talking about some really massive seas out there as well. You don't want to be out there on the water later. You know, yesterday we were looking at the white caps out there in the lagoon. I mean, it was rather intense just yesterday inside the lagoon, and it's going to get even worse as time goes on. Again, if your house is made of wood and tin, that's not the place you want to be in for this storm as it makes its continuing approach to the Marianas. You know, hopefully it'll continue to tick up, but you can't count on that, because what we're really looking at is some devastating winds making their way to our islands. And again, we're posting it up online right now. This is the latest update that just came out for Super Typhoon Sinlaku, and this is it. This is what you're going to get. So hold on, let me get the latest from Joint Typhoon Warning Center as well. I want to make sure I get the most recent graphic available to go with this story. And I don't know who that is from, but somebody just gave me a phone update that they want to hop on. So we're going to get them on there as well. Here, let's get this up here for, this will be the 11 o'clock. Boom. And get that stuff out there for you. It is a nonstop information feeding frenzy for us, but we want to make sure that we keep getting you all the latest. Now, we are going to be shutting down about an hour or so. That doesn't mean we're not coming back, because we totally are. But we're going to end up changing our location, because this is not the place where we're going to be able to spend the night and everything. And I'm not going to be out there driving around all day. Or I'm not waiting till we close down tonight to spend the night in here. This would be a great spot, though. It won't be as great of a spot without power and water. That's for sure. And it's not like it's a place with closed hallways. So it's not the best spot for all that. But we are going to be able to bring you continuing updates throughout the day and throughout the night and tomorrow as this sucker approaches us. Don't worry. We will be safe. The family and the business will be safe. Not that you're too worried about the business, more about the family. But everything is going to be fine on all of those levels for all of us out here. But we're not going to be able to do it from here, from in this studio as this stuff happens. So we're doing, you know, when you see me stepping away for little periods of time and stuff like that, I'm attending to all that to make sure that all this stuff will be great for us too. Posting stuff up now on all the social channels so that you guys can see what the latest is, both in terms of the fancy schmancy graphics and the stories themselves. Here we go. Let's get that up there. And I'm going to read this off to you too, because this is some of the craziness that we're getting out there. Gusts up to 180 miles per hour, seas to 40 feet expected through all this stuff here today. So not today, sorry. This is going to be, that's not going to hit us today, but that is going to hit us tomorrow. All right. We've also got some other calls that we're expected to get in here soon. Some folks reaching out to us from as far away as Washington, D.C. Pretty excited about that, and see if we can get them in here with us as well on a video call. That would be ideal, but not always going to be likely. Let's set this out there. And I think this one is the one where I can't, we got just a moment. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we're going to put this out there to the world. There we go. And did we get something new that just came? Yes, we just got something from the governor's office. It just came in hot off the presses like within a minute ago. All right, so let's get that out there. I'm going to get this for you. All right, I'm just going to play a quick song while I'm doing this stuff, and I'll read it out to you right afterwards. So don't go anywhere. We're right here.
And by sunrise, she's marching with a sign in the air. Hashtags flying everywhere. Paint on her jacket, fire in her eyes. Truth gets louder when the camera's live. She says she's saving the world in 4K live. Different stage when it's neon nights. By day she's preaching revolution plans. By night she's paying bills with OnlyFans. Cape in the closet, heels in her hand. Fighting the system and the algorithm. Having only friends ain't part of the plan. She funds the movement with OnlyFans. Glitter on boots, spotlight glow. Crowd goes wild at the midnight show. Clock strikes 12, persona flips. Justice and drama from painted lips. Megaphone power, chant so bold. Truth gets flexible when the story's sold. By day she's chanting through city halls. By night she's working behind paywalls. Hero or villain, depends who stands. She's got subscribers, not just fans. Saving the world one live stream scan. Fun in the fight with Two masks, one mission, split screen fame. Every cause needs a funding stream. Is it justice? Is it sand? Is it power in her hand? She's got a banner and a backup plan. Megaphone queen with a payment scan. Cape in the daylight, cash in hand. Truth goes viral when it's well lit and planned. Superhero in high demand. Powered by rage. And waves crash hard, the shore don't break. Roots go deep, no storm can take. This land of ours where hearts ignite. Saipan stands holding tight. Tinian whispers, winds that heal. Roar rises, forged in steel. chart the course where the waves begin. The pros dance where the sea meets sky. The spirit lives, it will never die. The horizon stretches like a drawn-out dream, and the past comes alive in the sunlight's gleam. My heart says in the tides like the ancients do. My heart sails with a story to tell of courage and heart where the oceans swell.
Hey, good. Oh my goodness. I got a great view of you. I don't think you can see me though, because I don't have that camera. Let me see if I can get this other camera to work. Hopefully it will. Oh, no, not that one. Oh, maybe that one. Maybe. We'll find out. No, I think it's linked up to something else, but hopefully you can at least hear me. Gary, can you hear me? Oh no, I can't hear him. What's going on? Hold on. I can see you, but I can't hear you. Are you able to hear me? I'm going to try calling you right back. Not sure what happened there, but yeah, let's stop. Cancel. Oh, but so that was Gary from KKMP. We're trying to get us both on at the same time. For some reason, it didn't work, but that's okay. We're going to try something again here. I'm going to try calling him right back. I was actually just posting some stuff, and so I'm going to try getting over here, see if I can't figure out what was going on with this whole thing. We're going to try calling him back and see if we can get it to work. Just one sec. Let's call him. While you guys are sitting here waiting to see if we can make this thing work. All right, can you hear me this time? Oh, no. All right, so I can see you, and it looks like you can hear me, but I can't hear you. So check out, if you check this out on your WhatsApp, on your screen, if you look at the bottom left corner, there's that little microphone thing. And if you click it, there's like that little down arrow next to it, because I do this all the time. I always have to change it. And it'll tell you what source. And so I know my sources for my Roadcaster thing. I don't know what yours is, but I know that I don't have any audio coming through. Oh, it says your mic is muted. That's why. Maybe click on that little microphone. It says you're This is while you figure this out, while you're doing it, it says your mic is muted, so it's on the right side, and I'll start singing a song called Technical Difficulties on the High Seas, if you please. But I don't think it's your actual physical mic. I think it's the software, like for the WhatsApp itself, like that little guy that's on the screen. Now, there's a possibility. You want me to try giving you a call on Google Meet or something, but I think that's what it is. I think it's just that little screen thing over there. I haven't, it's so funny. Oh, I can't believe it. This would work perfect if I had you on a different way. I'm going to try this again. I have another way to do it, but at least we can see each other, which is good. Oh, see, we could both hear. Hey, I can see you. As the sirens go by, I just can't hear you. That's the whole problem. Well, that's... All right, well, we'll see if we can't figure this out. In the meantime, I'm just going to give you a phone call. I could call the station, and we'll try to do it that way. Unfortunately, I can't get you... Oh, he's tightened. Let me figure it out. Yep. I think that's it. I think it's the bottom thing because it was showing that the mic was muted there on the screen. And if we can't get it, I have a funny and terrible workaround though. 1 second. Hold on. I just got to Google this. This is going to be funny. This is us in the Marianas with great technical difficulties. We're going to figure all this stuff out. Hold on. This will be funny. That's me calling you on the phone. Nope. Oh, wait, can you hear me there? Oh, you know what's funny? I can't even hear you on the phone. I have my phone tapped to the board over here, and I can't get you over there. So it might really be your mics. Maybe technology in us doesn't work. Maybe I should just send you a fax. A carrier pigeon. I'll send you carrier pigeons. I know you can hear. All right. Let me see. I wonder how the delay would work if I ended up just putting you on the screen with your Facebook feed. Hold on. Let me try that. I know that audio will come through too. Let me just go to KKMP. This is going to be great. All right, KKMP. There we go. Boom. Pull up your live stream. And then if this works. Oh, are you live right now? Well, I know you're live on the radio. Oh, I'm pulling up all the other old live ones. But maybe that's it. We're not clicking on this one, and I can't hear you. Darn it, and I want to. All right, I'm going to try calling you back. Just figure it out. It's got to be the mic. Send an owl. Luisa Cabrera said, that's great. Golden Green says, yes, we can hear you. Yes, you guys can see me. There you go. Oh, we got a new update as well. All right, had to get out of that. For some reason, something wasn't working great with it. But anyway, we're back. Sorry about that, folks. So we're trying to do some awesome stuff, and we just couldn't get it figured out. In the meantime, we ended up getting a new update from the governor's office, and this is the 11 o'clock, letting us know what's up with Sinlaku. And I'm looking to see if there's any change in some of this stuff. Anyway, we're going to figure it out. My goodness. Hold on, let's turn this up a little bit.
Nelson traded his drill for a paddle in hand. Left the dentist chair for the pickleball stand. He's slicing shots, chasing dreams, crossing the sand. He's got a serve that'll make you understand. From Saipan shores to courts worldwide, he's got that island swagger, a champion stride. Pickleball Nelson, smashing through the air. From Saipan sunsets to anywhere. Then O'Donnell waits with a love so rare. In their paradise dental spare, they'll always care. He's got a backpack of paddles, a heart full of zest. Flipping lobs in Rio, Asian serves in Budapest. But he always comes back to the place he knows best, where the Saipan waves put his soul to rest. He's a globe-trotting star with a big island smile, but home's where Donna makes it all worthwhile. Pickleball Nelson, smashing through the air. From Saipan sunsets to anywhere. Dental Donna waits with a love so rare. In their paradise dental spa, they'll always care. Robert Mohico, hero in the flames, army reservist with a heart that never tames. But once upon his face, a legend used to sit, a mustache so grand the world couldn't handle it. Oh, Robert, why'd you shave it down? The women cry, the kids don't feel sound. The mustache of Mohico it ruled the town. Now it's gone and the world's turned upside down. It curled like a wave, it shined like a moon. It could stop a fire, save a platoon. When he walked in, it commanded the room. Now the mirror just reflects the doom. Strong hands, brave heart, but some things are missed without that stash. There's no magic in there. Oh, Robert, why'd you shave it down? The women cry, the kids don't feel sound. The mustache of Mohico, it ruled the town. Now it's gone and the world's turned upside down. Turned upside down. Children whisper in the night, where's the furry shield? Mothers clutch their pearls, their heartbreak unsealed. Dogs won't bark, the sky won't rain, even the sun feels a little less sane. Dogs won't bark, the sky won't rain, even the sun feels a little less sane.
All right, folks, hey, it's official. We are Typhoon Condition 1. The governor has just declared Saipan and Tinian and Rhoda, we are all typhoon condition 1 right now. This just in right now, hot as hot can be off the presses. That is exactly where we're at. So there we go, hot off the presses. Now you know we are typhoon condition 1 in the Marianas. Typhoon condition 1 just happened. Literally, let's see, is it effective 2 p.m.? Not right now, but at 2 p.m. Dispensado. At 2 p.m., we are at typhoon condition 1. And so there you go, saying a strike is imminent. Cat 4 strike is imminent. So we are going to be at typhoon condition 1 goes into effect at 2 p.m. So there you go. That is the latest. It just came in. As I was posting the other update that just came in, that's when that came in. It's like, holy smokes. Nonstop. So typhoon condition 1 is going to be in effect at 2 p.m. Let's get this on here now. Yep. By the time it makes landfall, typhoon condition 1 effective at 2 p.m. So there you go, folks. And don't forget, if that there's no maybe on this, folks. If you are living in a home or you're staying in a home that is not going to be resilient to this kind of a storm, then you need to call 237-8000 and get to one of those shelters. They'll also work you in there. They'll get you there from wherever you are. Hey, Jay Ignacio's saying, hey, nice song. What's the title? It depends on which one. We played a bunch of them, so I'm not sure which one you actually heard while we were going there. We have a million of them, trust me. We have so many of these tunes that are really all Saipan related as part of the music of Good Morning Mariana, stuff that we've been producing here for, I don't know, a few months anyway. Since we've learned how to make all these fun songs and all this stuff. It's been so much fun. I just got to tell you, creating this music online, getting all these beats for the Marianas are pretty cool. All right, let me see if I can find one quickly as I scroll through a little bit. But more than anything, I've got to keep getting these updates up there. I want to make sure that you guys know what's going on with the updates, and I got to get some of this stuff out there onto the social things for this for this one. Let me just see if I can't find something here while we're getting ready to go. I think those are all of them. Oh, you know what? Is this the one? Yeah, I love this. We're going to play this while I finish putting this stuff up there.
A tinting pledge. He's not in a cape, but he's saving the day. Cooler cars, clear reviews, his own special way. Tin Man to back, rolling through the breeze. Shields you right from the island's heat with ease. Tin Man to back, he
Bruce Camacho walks the shore, Saipan skies, the waves adore. Faded boots and a camo cap, his story's stitched into the map. Oh, Bruce Camacho, you're a solid man. From the island sands to the desert span, you've seen the fire, you felt the rain, but you keep on smiling through the pain. He built his house with his two hands, fished the waters, worked the lands. Neighbors greet him with a nod, they know he's seen the face of God. He says life's not about the fight, it's about finding peace at night. Oh, Bruce Camacho, you're a solid man. From the island sands to the desert span, you've seen the fire, you felt the rain, but you keep on smiling through the pain. He's got a heart as wide as the sea, a laugh that shakes the tallest tree. When he speaks, the world stands still. Bruce Camacho bends life to his will. Sun sinks low, but the night's still young. Feel the beat of the island drum. One last chance for a story to tell. At Last Shot Bar, where legends dwell. This is your last shot, make it count. Raise your glass, turn the night around. Laughter loud, lights aglow at Last Shot Bar. Anything goes. Anything goes. The palm trees sway as the crowd rolls in. Spark in the air, let the night begin. Flip a coin, take a chance, don't delay. At Last Shot Bar, it's your getaway. One sip closer to the stars, feel alive right where you are. This is your last shot, make it count. Raise your glass, turn the night around. Laughter loud, lights aglow at Last Shot Bar. Anything goes. Anything goes. Dive into the rhythm, dance on the breeze. Feel the island spirit, let it set you free. The clock says late, but who's keeping time? At Last Shot Bar, it's always prime. This is your last shot, make it count. Raise your glass, turn the night around. Laughter loud, lights aglow at Last Shot Bar. Anything goes. Anything goes. This is your last shot, make it count. Raise your glass, turn the night around. Laughter loud, lights aglow at Last Shot Bar. Anything goes. Anything
All right, folks, welcome back. We have got some updates for you, and it's not going to involve that music. There you go. It's gone. But we do have updates for you because a lot of stuff, we have been little busy bees here in the last couple of minutes where we've got all these updates that came in from all kinds of folks all over the place, and folks getting some info. But we do have a great opportunity for an interview, so we're going to do this now. We're going to reach out. Okay, ready to go? Question mark. All right, so but here's the latest that we just got. So 2 p.m. is going to be typhoon condition 1 for the Marianas. This is what came in while we were doing this. By the way, posting crazy on the website and then all of the social media channels, trying to get all this stuff together and get it out to you guys too, in addition to just being here for this stuff. So typhoon condition 1 effective 2 o'clock today. And I'll read it out for you. As of 11 a.m., CNMI Office of the Governor and the Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, in consultation with the National Weather Service, Guam Weather Forecast Office will declare typhoon condition 1 for Saipan, Tinian, and Rota, and tropical storm condition 1 for Pagan and Alamagan, effective at 2 p.m. today. So that's a little over 2 hours away. All right. So that is what's on tap there. But first, let's try to get this video going. We tried to get that video call going before, and it was not all that great with our partner in crime over there in the across the street from us. But we're going to see if we can't get that fixed and awesome over here with our friend here. Let's see what happens. We were able to get it going before. Too bad that we couldn't make it work this time. But we are ringing, and you guys are able to see him. Unfortunately, I don't think he can see us because we're not cool enough. We got too much stuff going on the cameras and everything that we got. But we can see him crystal clear, and hopefully he's able to hear us just fine. Can you hear us, Robert? He says yes. Oh, no. Can we not hear him? Hold on. Wait. Let's find out 1 second. Now we should be able to hear you. Can you hear us? Can you give us a little check?
Yeah, I got you here. Yeah, thanks for bringing me on.
There we go. All right, he's on the screen, and so I'm going to share this over to our audience here. First of all, Robert, thanks for joining us today. This is great to have you.
Yeah, my pleasure to come on here. It's going to be a long day for you guys, so I'm happy that you invite me on here. Let's get some more information, make sure everybody there in Saipan is ready to go ahead of what is set to be one of the strongest typhoons to hit your island in some time out here.
Yeah, unfortunately, we were here for the last couple that got us. This will make 3 in 9 years pretty much for us. We had U2 that gave us a wallop, and then we had Sodalor was first, and then U2, and this is it. But my goodness, I got to say, before we jump into all of that stuff, I didn't look in to see all the stuff. I threw out that stuff about the Bills fan in our messages. And then when you got me the WhatsApp, the 716 area code, I'm like, oh, my God, I can't believe he's from my neck of the woods.
Yeah. It shows that we kind of scatter everywhere, and especially out of Buffalo, a lot of Bills fans there as well. And that's probably why the Bills Mafia has such a wide reach, apparently even out there in the Mariana Islands as well.
Not only that, so we just had a beauty pageant out here called Miss Northern Marianas Descent. The winner, she was in our studio this past week, and she looked over to the microwave in the back. She's like, "Is that your Bills Mafia sign?" I'm like, "It is." She's like, "Oh my God, I'm a huge Bills fan." I'm like, "You can't be." And she's like, "No, look, see this shirt I got?" She shows me the back. She's like, "That number 86 is for Dalton Kincaid." I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" She's like, "I'm a Sabres fan too." I'm like, "How is this possible?"
That is fantastic. It's a small world, or the Bills fans just have a big reach, one or the other.
Yeah.
Saipan needs to get an NFL team out there, you got some local representation.
Well, we definitely have plenty of Bills fans, and the football, like the Super Bowl parties here, it is an island-wide thing. The big parties, big viewing parties and stuff like that. It is essentially a holiday on Super Bowl Monday. For us is Super Bowl Monday because we're on the other side. Well, you used to live out in this part of the world. Do you know how that time zone works?
Yeah. I lived out. I was on TV in Tokyo for almost 10 years. Was part of the military out there as well. I know how that works. It's a little interesting watching the Super Bowl at 8 a.m. and thinking, okay, I'm probably going to have a couple beers here, and everybody else is judging you a little bit. But you know what? We're out. It's just part of living overseas, right?
I agree. Well, hey, now we can kind of transition into this a little bit. We've been watching this storm. And, this is your thing. And, it's interesting. So, like, I've been out here for a bunch of them. I am not a weather guy per se, but, I get to speak with the meteorologists out here. And it seemed like this is one that was showing some signs that it was going to be something almost like 2 weeks out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So we had a pretty decent idea that there was going to be a typhoon likely near the Mariana Islands back on about the 1st. The 1st to the 2nd, I think that was one of my first videos that I labeled, could Guam get a typhoon? And at that time, a lot of people were like, hey, it's still long range. But it was like the problem with it was a lot of models, different models from different parts of the world, the European out of Europe, GFS out of America, the AI models, we're all picking up on it. And that's like a clear sign in the long range, not just one numerical guidance is kind of showing something, but when you have several that are all picking up on an area of convection. Also at the same time, just south of the equator, we had 2 active cyclones going on. So a lot of the energy from that was kind of kicking off towards the north. So there was all these signs that something was going to develop and potentially become big, despite the fact it being the month of April, which traditionally we don't get these big bad storms. They have happened. In fact, was Sergei, I believe, was an April storm system that was a big one out there. But I want to mention this, though. This one right now, though, right now, JTWC, the same weather service, National Weather Service, of course, uses 155 knots on it. It is in good company, bad company, I should say, with other typhoons. Typhoon Rai, also known as Odette, had 155 knot winds. Moranti was 165. Hagibis was 155. Haiyan, remember Yolanda in the Philippines, was at 165. And Sergei was 165 too. This one, based on Dvorak analysis right now, so like based on satellite analysis, is actually closer to 165 knots, which puts it at a Cat 5 level. So we've been watching this for a while, but I think the last few days is rapid intensification, really just showing how quickly these storms can blow up in your area here. And I do hope, and I just want to emphasize these numbers because I do hope that everybody there on Saipan is taking this seriously. Everything I've seen out there, everybody is. But, you always get those people that are like, we've been through it. And it's like, yeah, but this, like, we've all been through typhoons and hurricanes. This is at the upper end of the scale, though. And I think when people go through that, it is a little surprising out here, Brad.
Well, and the scary thing, the sad thing is for us is that how often it's happened for us. I said 9 years, but it's really 11 years. We first got hit in 2015 by Sodalor. And, that was a little powerhouse. It wasn't really a a large storm, but it was a powerful, pretty well kept like punch through it. In fact,
and that one was a Rhoda storm too, wasn't it? Like Saipan was in the right front, but Sodalor was Rhoda, wasn't it?
Oh no! So before that, same year though, Dolphin got.
Okay, Dolphin's the one I'm thinking of.
Same year, and then a couple months later, we got hit with Sodalor, and this is something strange. So when I was out at about 3 a.m, I heard something I haven't heard since I lived in Buffalo area. Off in the distance, you'll hear those train horns, right? I absolutely heard that. In fact, people were talking about, is it possible that there were some tornadoes that got spun off from that storm as it went through? And then that was in 2015. Then 3 years later is when we get hit by YouTube. And that's that beast that when you see those, the satellite imagery where the eye of the storm encompassed all of the island of Tinian and the southern part of Saipan. Just an absolute monster that came through here.
2 follow-ups to that. I actually chased Sodalor, not in Saipan, but in Taiwan in 2015. That's the storm I always tell people. They ask me, like, do you ever get scared during typhoons? And that was the one where I was like, yeah, but that I learned, like, when I chased to be a little bit smarter, because I ended up, like, getting a lot of sheet metal shot at me from that storm system. It was a dangerous one. But, yeah, and if I remember you two, the power was out there, and I think the airport was shut down for like a good solid month on Saipan, right? Well, it was for a minute, just due to the kind of slow recovery coming up after the storm system.
The island was completely leveled. I mean, like there was not a leaf left on a tree. There were all kinds of storm stories from families who ran from room to room as part of their house was starting to blow away. Folks who ran into their cars. In fact, it was just this year or the very end of last year. I can't remember when the opening was, when the commuter terminal opened. Since then, because it had to be completely demolished, it was condemned, and they had to build it up. So we have a brand new commuter airport because of it. The airport was so knocked out. The Star Marianas Air, the small commuter airline that connects all the islands, they started up with a tent and a table and a laptop for the cash machine to get people back and forth. Because, in fact, our air traffic control tower was knocked out. And that was only, we had a temporary one for years until they got that thing back online.
Wow. I guess it just shows the resiliency of your island, though, and everybody working together. And I hope everybody's working together ahead of this one. Hunkering down. So if this U2 tells you anything, because this one, and I don't like to hype or say, but this one is stronger than what U2 was right now. Wow. Its intensity is slightly stronger. This is at a Cat 5 level. And it is still expected to pass right over Saipan. So worst of it here, your Tuesday afternoon, you're going to start to see those winds pick up, though, during the morning here on your Tuesday. Really peak there into the afternoon through the evening, where the problem is that inner core, that inner eye wall could move right over the island. And you might actually get a period if the eye passes overhead of that, and I'm sure you've been through this as well, and a lot of people there in the island, of the dome effect. You go outside, you see the dome all around you. This has a very clear inner core, so if it does pass over the island, it could have that effect. But all the same, while the eye wall there, yeah, it's going to be at the level of U2, to be quite honest. Cat 4 to Cat 5. Yeah, it's a big bad storm system. So hopefully those lessons from the past kind of remind people that the proper ways to kind of hunker down and take this seriously. There is still, by the way, Brad, a chance that it could waver. I'm going to be on the positive side here and hope that it does kind of swing a little bit further towards the north. What happens when we get these storms at this intensity, when they start going through the eye wall replacement cycles, they happens what we call a trishotio wobble, and it could wobble a little bit by like 50 miles north and south. And if we get that little wobble towards the north, that would maybe spare some of those worst of the damaging winds. But still, that would be a lucky scenario. Right now, though, yeah, typhoon strength winds at the very least throughout the day here on Tuesday there, Brad.
And, they were telling us to hunker down basically from Tuesday and pretty much Wednesday. It's going to be pretty strong as well. This is not a storm that's just blowing right through.
Yeah, it's a long duration event. It's a big storm. And the other issue is once it gets past Saipan, it's kind of making a right-hand turn towards the north, which is good news for Japan, the Philippines, and all that. But the problem is as it makes that turn towards the north, we're going to kind of get a tail of winds on the back side of it. So you're going to start to see those winds come in from the southwest. And I think by Tuesday night, overnight, we might – I know the East Coast surge is not so much of an issue, but the West Coast, a lot of more low-lying areas here, we could see that flow come in from the backside of the storm. And that is something I do worry about even heading into Wednesday morning. So it's a long-duration event. This is it would be awesome if it was like, boom, 1 hour and gone. But unfortunately, it's not moving fast. Then it's going to make that right-hand turn. So we're going to get kind of a tail of this whipping around on the backside through Tuesday night and heading into Wednesday.
Wow. And, it was something, as this storm, you mentioned it earlier at the beginning of it, like when you guys first started taking notice of it, we had two typhoons that were happening in the same hemisphere, in the same time zone, it seemed like.
Oh, yeah, down south.
Yep.
Those two cyclones, yeah, they were, yeah, and it was quite interesting because you had two down south, and then this one was forming up just north of the equator, and just a lot of energy there. And it's something I think from a research standpoint we should look out. But right now, though, classic, what I like to call Philippine Sea effect. Basically out here around Guam and all the way out towards the Philippines, you get these storm systems move in. If the conditions are right, they undergo this explosive intensification. And it's a pretty serious storm system. So I can't stress enough. You guys are doing great there. The media and everything relaying this information. Everybody, I know that is a valuable resource. The National Weather Service out of Guam, I've been talking with those guys as well. They're one of the few national weather services that actually do so many of these press conferences and video conferences and all that on Facebook Live trying to reach people. So I do think you guys are very lucky in that sense to have those resources available to you. But I can't stress enough, Brad, you guys doing a great job getting that information shared out to everybody with this storm.
Well, I want to say thanks to you. It was great because you were, everybody had been popping up. Your information's being shared around as well, and you're really generous with that kind of info. And you're telling everybody, hey, share it, because the most important thing is to let everyone know and be able to prepare. So thank you for doing that. That's a service to the community for tons of people that I think you've met two of us maybe so far. So thanks for doing that. And it's also great, again, that little hometown connection that I didn't even know existed. That is great stuff.
Hey, and it just shows all around the world, but we all have our hearts in certain places. Mine is still in the Western Pacific, covering these storm systems out there as well as you live there. But we're still Bills Mafia fans, and I hope you guys have a safe day here today. I truly do. I'll be continuing to post my updates on my social medias and everything like that. But truly, you guys stay safe out there, okay?
And same to you, Robert Spetta. Go Bills! All right.
Yeah.
There we go. So what a great meeting we got to have there. Nice little interview with the guy who's been covering this stuff in the Marianas for a while from afar and giving us all kinds of stuff. If you haven't already, you got to go to his social media channels and follow him. That's how we even discovered him. That's how we were able to find him. The guy is terrific, and the info that he puts out there is good. And I can say thank you very much for tagging him. That's great. Thank you. Please do. And you guys can put his links in the comments also, because his social media presence is great. That's where we got all this stuff. Who else is out there? I love it. Robert saying, hey, this guy appears to know what he's doing. I agree. The guy definitely knows what he's doing. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. It is a 12:04 right now. There's your IT&E news time. And we're going to take a real quick break. I got to put a couple of things up there. This is just going to be audio commercial, so we're not leaving anywhere. We'll be with you in a second. If you see something, say something. and stay anonymous. Call Crime Stoppers at 234-7272 or submit a tip online at nmicrimestoppers.com. No names, no caller ID, no recordings, just your info. And if your tip leads to an arrest, you could earn up to $1,000 in cash. Your tips have helped take hundreds of criminals off the streets in the NMI. It works because of you. Crime Stoppers, we want your information, not your name. PHI is your local pharmacy serving customers in Cagman, Garapan, and Dandan since 1996. Shop PHI Pharmacy for all your prescriptions, and we even offer a large line of multivitamin supplements. Our Dandan location is open weekdays from 8 to 6 and 8 to 4 on weekends. Or visit our Garapan and Cagman locations weekdays from 8 to 6 and 8 to 1 on Saturdays. Check us out online at phipharmacy.com or follow us on Facebook. PHI is a locally owned independent community Health Mart pharmacy. Health Mart, taking the time to listen and care. Are you or someone you know living with a mental illness? Have you experienced abuse or neglect, denial of services, or discrimination because of a mental illness or disability? You have rights. NMPOSSE is the Northern Marianas Protection and Advocacy Systems Incorporated, and we're here for you. Individuals diagnosed with mental illness have human, civil, and legal rights under federal and local law. No one should be mistreated, denied services, or discriminated against because of a disability. NMPOSSE's PIME program provides protection and advocacy for individuals with mental illness and provides information about your rights, advocacy and assistance for eligible individuals, and support in cases involving abuse, neglect, or discrimination. Services are confidential and provided at no cost to eligible individuals. To learn more, call NMPOSSE today at 670-235-7273 or 7274 or email gborja@nmposse.org.
Under the waves where the sunlight fades, a hidden world, a treasure, a game, metal mountains, waiting in the blue. Machines are humming, they bite and chew. A dance with the deep, it's a risky clue. What secrets lie in the ocean shade? Pressure's rising, hear it sing. Below the surface, a glimmering ring. Treasure below. Oh, the oceans glow, digging where the shadows grow. Gold and silver, the currents flow. Treasure below, treasure below. Rocks like coins in Poseidon's chest, churning dirt from the ocean's crest. Dreams of riches, but what's the cost? A whisper says some things are lost. Coral kingdoms, ghostly frost, a reminder. The current test. Treasure below. Oh, the ocean glow, digging where below.
Waves crash hard, the shore don't break. Roots go deep, no storm can take. This land of ours where hearts ignite. Saipan stands holding tight. Tinian whispers, winds that heal. Roar rises, forged in steel. Island strong,
All right, Marianas, welcome back. It is Monday, 12:20 in the morning here, and that is your IT&E News Time. Getting you guys some of the updates about what's been going on, and again, just posting all these things as they come in from the governor's office and from the Emergency Operations Center and from the National Weather Service out of Guam. We've been getting stuff from CUC as well. And it's just nonstop stuff rolling in. Is this a, okay, that's the same thing. Sometimes we're getting stuff from the Emergency Operations Center and then from the governor's office, but the same thing. But it's good. It's better than not getting stuff. So either way, that's where we're at right now. It's 12:20 right now. Typhoon condition 1 starts at 2 p.m. Now that's where we're going to be at. Boom. Anytime I'm here and leaving before we hit Icon 1. So that's it. So that's just me reaching out to National Weather Service. They're going to hop on with us in a little bit. Yeah, thanks, Robert. Yeah, it's a lot of fun doing all this stuff. I really appreciate it. This is great. Speaking of Roberts in the world, Robert Spada, thanks for being on the show with us today. It really was a lot of fun. And who knew when all this happened that there was this Western New York connection? That was really pretty neat. He's over there on the East Coast of the U.S. now. He used to live out in this part of the world, even military before. So, man, how about that? Us Western New Yorkers getting out there in the world. All right. Reaching out now to see if we can get landed on. He's up for doing an update. Just waiting to see what he's got available. At 2 o'clock, I don't want to be out there on the road when they declare Typhoon Condition 1. So I have already got most of the stuff. I mean, it looks pretty tame behind me, right? But that's not what the conditions are going to be like throughout the day. I've already packed up a whole bunch of stuff in here that I need to take with me to our mobile headquarters, our temporary NMI News Service headquarters, because what I anticipate is that we're going to lose power. I anticipate that there will be some water issues over the next couple of days. That's not saying that you should, but that, from my experience, is that there will at least be some sort of a temporary interruption in power services out here and water. So we have made a decision to not be in here while that happens. And then about what we will do is still be able to bring you updates throughout the night and make phone calls and have people ready to talk to you as all this stuff happens. But the thing is, for me, I'll tell you what I learned in 2015, trying to get all the information out to everybody when I was working for CUC, is that it certainly is fun. I love doing it, and I love being that conduit of information. The only thing is that I was not doing that with my family in mind. They were forced to kind of take care of themselves, and I'm like, I will never leave them to handle that kind of stuff alone in the future. I'll be there with them. And so 2018 rolls around, and we checked into a hotel, and I was with them for all that stuff, and that's exactly what I plan on doing with these guys again, to make sure that that they can ride it out. I got blessed a long time ago, and with being able to have a little bit of stability here, and I want to make sure that the kids don't have to go through that. Now, not everyone's able to do that, but I'll tell you what, if you live in a house that is tin and wood, call 237-8000. You don't want to go through what some of the horror stories that we heard from YouTube. You don't want to be the person who has to go through running from house to house or trying to ride that typhoon out in your car. The shelters are there. They want you to be in there. They are safe for you. They are stable for you, and they are a great place for you guys to ride this out. If you can't get there, that's not a problem. They will go and get you. Give them a call, 237-8000, 670-237-8000. The Commonwealth Office of Transit Authority will come and pick you up. And it'll all be organized by the folks from the CNMI Emergency Operations Center, the CNMI State Warning Point. So that's it. But that's just about it, guys. Again, we hit Typhoon Condition 1 at 2 p.m. today. So this is your last chance to get a lot of that stuff done. As we mentioned, when we hit Typhoon Condition 1, that's when the post office is going to close. The PHI is still open. They're only open till 1 o'clock. There are schools that are going to be closing at 1 o'clock as well. And this is kind of your last chance to really get around and get the stuff that you need. Hit the ATMs, hit the gas stations, all that stuff. But folks, this is not the time to be the grasshopper. Now's the time to be the ant. Do you know that old story? I don't know. If you don't know it, then it's a little bit lost on you. But that's where we're at. All right. Well, that is the latest. You now have all of the latest things that have come out from the government, from the National Weather Service, from the folks at the EOC. That's it. Okay. All right. Thank you for that update, my love. My wife messaging me. All right. So that's about it. If you guys have any questions here, you can give us a call too. I see some of the things that are coming in. You guys can give us a ring, 670-789-2323, 670-789-2323. Yeah, I'm looking forward to lunch as well. Yes, indeed. Well, I've got to get some water. I got some stuff here together, and if I'm able to get this update in here pretty soon, we will. The latest update that we got said that this storm is heading now toward Tinian. And that is not great. We're not excited about that for our friends in Tinian, but that's what it is. But let's get you guys, we'll continue to bring you all the other new things that we got. Oh, did this one just come in? No, there we go. Yeah, so that's what we're looking at right now. Sinlaku is at peak 180 miles per hour, direct hit on Tinian forecast for Tuesday. That is what we have right now. All right, in 5 minutes, we're going to have Landon on from National Weather Service. Deal. Just asking him if we're going to do Google Meet or if we're going to do WhatsApp. And while we wait for that, so basically 5 minutes, we're going to have National Weather Service update on for sure. And I am going to get myself some water to drink for that. So let me see if I can get you some kind of a fun update for now. You know, the thing is normally when we're doing our shows and all that, you'd get some kind of a cool news update from the Associated Press. But because this is a Monday and the Associated Press is still in Sunday world right now, I don't have one of those for you. We did give you the AP update. There was only one, and it was only one of those 1 minute updates that they give on Sunday. So really wasn't all that great. But this is a good update for people named Tobot Castro and other people who are Dodgers fans. So here's the latest from Fox Sports.
Fox Sports Update.
Final day of the NBA regular season. The 20 playoff teams are set, but still some key seeding to be decided, including the 6th seed in the East. The Raptors, Magic, Sixers all have a chance to avoid the play-in tournament. Toronto and Orlando tied in the standings, 1 game ahead of the Sixers. The Raptors own the tiebreaker. They host the Nets tonight. The Magic are at the Celtics. The Sixers host the Bucks. The Kings had a miserable season, 22-59 entering today's action, but the team has announced it will retain head coach Doug Christie for next season. The former Kings player Fire initially took over in December of 2024, Sacramento was decimated by injuries this season. The NHL regular season wraps up on Thursday. 3 playoff spots still to be decided in the East. The Flyers, Blue Jackets, Capitals, and Islanders still alive for the final spot with 2 games to play. In the West, the Ducks and Kings still alive for 3rd place in the Pacific. The Predators, Jets, Sharks all have a shot at the wild card. NBA, WNBA news. One day after signing 4-time All-Star and 2-time WNBA champion Kelsey Plum to a 1-year deal just under $1 million, the LA Sparks have acquired 2-time All-Star Ariel Atkins from the Chicago Sky in exchange for 2024 number 4 pick Rickea Jackson. The Sparks also signed 10-time All-Star Nneka Ogwumike in a push to contend in 2026. Shohei Ohtani smashed a leadoff home run for the 2nd straight game for the Dodgers. It extends his on-base streak to 46 games. He also has a 28 2/3 inning streak without allowing an earned run on the mound, both of those the longest active streaks in Major League Baseball. And there's a change atop the tennis world rankings. Jannik Sinner beat Carlos Alcaraz 7-6, 6-3 in the final of the Monte Carlo Masters, and with that takes over the number 1 position. You can listen and follow the Fox Sports Podcast at foxsports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Tim McMaster.
Get more on the Fox Sports app and foxsports.com.
If you see something, say something. And stay anonymous. Call Crime Stoppers at 234-7272 or submit a tip online at nmicrimestoppers.com. No names, no caller ID, no recordings, just your info. And if your tip leads to an arrest, you could earn up to $1,000 in cash. Your tips have helped take hundreds of criminals off the streets in the NMI. It works because of you. Crime Stoppers, we want your information, not your name. PHI is your local pharmacy serving customers in Cagman, Garapan, and Dandan since 1996. Shop PHI Pharmacy for all your prescriptions, and we even offer a large line of multivitamin supplements. Our Dandan location is open weekdays from 8 to 6 and 8 to 4 on weekends. Or visit our Garapan and Cagman locations weekdays from 8 to 6 and 8 to 1 on Saturdays. Check us out online at phipharmacy.com or follow us on Facebook. PHI is a locally owned independent community Health Mart pharmacy. Health Mart, taking the time to listen and care.
We're bringing heat today, so let's get excited. Woke up and smiled, the sun shining. Let the sun shine in. Got dreams to chase and a world to win. Turn up the Rios is today, and let's dance through this day. Feel the vibe in the air. Come on, let's play. We live in love, making waves as we go. With every heartbeat, it's an endless show. We're living bright, let the music ignite. Good morning, Marianas. Let's shine tonight. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. We live in love, making waves as we go. With every heartbeat, it's an endless show. We're living bright, let the music ignite. Good morning, Marianas. Let's shine tonight.
That was a little too chill. Like, I like that other one. But anyway, welcome back, Marianas. It is 12:33 in the morning here on Monday, April 13th. And we are going to reach out to our buddy right now, all the way out there on the beautiful island of Guam, where you used to think this storm was going to hit. Now it turns out it is not going to be Guam-like. It's going to be more here for sure. That's the only thing that we've been talking about for, I don't know, the last couple of days. Reaching out and calling Landon right now, who said that he's going to be ready for us. There we go. We got to get his screen. So funny because my view right now, I've got this massive version of myself on the screen from our last call that we ended up doing. We had Robert Spetta on a little bit ago. And you know what? I'll tell you what, Landon, this is so cool. So you are the man, the myth, the legend. Everybody knows that you are the guy. But there's this guy who's been covering this storm from who's online. But the coolest part about it, aside from, he's just a good guy and all that, is that he's from Buffalo. And I couldn't believe it. So this guy is from where I grew up. And it was just such a neat thing to find out through this whole process that this storm ends up bringing this, like even his phone number has a 716 area code. I could not believe it. So anyway, but so instead of 716, we've got 671, same numbers,
671.
same numbers. And Tobot's in the comments saying, now Landon is back, so blame Brandon for this weather.
Yeah, something like that. And definitely there's a lot of weather to be blaming people for, and it's just a wreck out there. We're getting some of those showers and stuff, the showers and gusty winds. They're coming over Guam right now. We just had a blast come through our office. I posted a video to Facebook. But these showers, when you're between showers, the winds are fairly light and breezy. But when those showers come blasting through here, you get some rapid wind gusts upwards of 30, 35 miles per hour. We're seeing some wind gusts at the Saipan airport just in the last couple of hours. We're seeing wind gusts up to 40, 45 miles per hour with sustained winds around 30 miles per hour. Keep in mind, tropical storm force winds are 39 miles per hour sustained and up. So we're getting close to that as this Super Typhoon Sinlaku comes closer. I'm going to turn my camera around, show you what we're looking at with the latest. And so this is our Super Typhoon Sinlaku. It's coming much closer to the Mariana Islands right now. Still a powerful looking presentation. Looks like that donut. And when we see donuts on the satellite, that's a bad thing. That's a super typhoon typically. Still with maximum sustained winds of 180 miles per hour. So we just put out the intermediate advisory. That's intermediate advisory 16A, valid as of 11 o'clock this morning. It was centered 12.2 north, 148.9 east, and it was still moving at northwest at 9 miles per hour. So those maximum winds were still holding right around 180 miles per hour sustained, and that corresponds with wind gusts upwards of 200, 210, 15, 220 miles per hour. So this is a disaster waiting to happen. Fortunately, it looks like we're going to be at peak intensity. How long, that remains to be seen, but we do anticipate some gradual weakening starting this afternoon and evening and onward toward its approach into the CNMI. Some changes we've seen in the last hour or so. I'm going to flip to the radar. We're starting to see that eye come right into the radar beam right over there. This is the eye of Super Typhoon Sinlaku. We're looking about 230 nautical miles to the east-southeast. And so we do have an eye wall starting to make its presence known on the radar. That's going to be better defined as we go through the next 24 to 36 hours as this tracks very slowly toward the Mariana Islands. But I mentioned there's rain showers coming through. These don't look like much, but they come packing a punch.
Really?
It hits my window and it gets so loud in my office because these heavy raindrops are blasting against the windward side of the buildings. And so they're hitting the window pretty hard. Once we start seeing more of these showers sustained and nonstop, that's where we're going to see the flood potential rapidly increase. So these are some of the outermost rain bands, but look just to the east. We have this rain band. It's moving from north to south, but the overall propagation is westward as that super typhoon comes closer to the region. Once these rain bands start moving over, this is where we're going to see some significant rainfall accumulation, significant flash flooding threats emerge across the islands. And this rain band does go all the way up into the CNMI. And so we're looking higher up in the atmosphere, upwards of 15 to 16,000 feet up in the atmosphere. So there's a lot of moisture below the radar beam. So this is going to be the trend. Again, if you're still taking actions to be prepared, you have to wrap those up in the coming hours because conditions will start to degrade pretty quickly as we go to the afternoon hours. So any remaining actions, preparedness actions, get those wrapped up and completed as soon as you can because things will rapidly deteriorate. And this is going to be a slow going event through the evening, overnight, tomorrow with peak conditions, typhoon conditions at Tinian and Saipan, likely midday Tuesday through Tuesday night. This is just going to be a mess of another 48 hours.
Well, it looks like it. I mean, this slow creeper, it looks like a beast when it's far away, but I don't know. There was just something about it when you were showing that right there, what you got on the screen. Just to see it that close to us now, if that's not bringing the message home to folks, I don't know what.
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly it. And as I'm waiting for this computer screen to loosen up again, I think it froze on me. This is going to be a potential disaster for islands that are right there under the gun of this typhoon. This is going to be a very bad event. Again, the glimmer of hope is that this is at peak intensity and should be weakening gradually, but that's still going to be a monster to reckon with across Saipan and Tinian, especially if it passes directly over one or both islands. Again, I think a best case scenario at this point would be to pass right between Rota and Tinian, or pass northeast of Saipan. Will that happen? That's still a possibility, but it's really hard to say at this point. So regardless, this is going to be a mess of a situation. One thing to note, I'm going to turn the satellite down a little bit. You see all that light and that glitter right there. You see me in the background. This lightning, that's a powerful eye wall. We're seeing a lot of convective activity. Usually that's a signature of maintained or intensification. And so one of the concerns is it still trying to maintain its intensity? Is it still trying to intensify further before it starts that weakening trend? That's a big concern that we're going to have to watch out for in this next advisory that will be coming up very soon. But looks like I don't see any weakening at this point, and that's the bad news. The longer it stays at peak intensity, the stronger the passage will likely be. So there's a lot of bad stuff happening with this one. And so again, if you're not in a concrete reinforced bunker for a home or shelter, get to one now, because once those tropical storm force winds start arriving, you do not want to be out on the roads. You do not want to be going under coconut trees with palm fronds flying around. 39-mile-per-hour winds, those are considered damaging winds, and that will do exactly that, cause damage to any substandard building, facility, home, structure. Make sure you're in a reinforced concrete bunker by sunset today.
Well, we will be for sure. And just looking at that beast making its way over here, and there's no way. I mean, it's probably not. When I'm looking at it right now, it actually looks like it turns a little bit to the south. It's taking a little bit more of a left turn.
Yeah, and that's something we're going to have to watch out for. Now that it's in radar range, we're going to be tracking hourly updates on this movement. We're going to provide those tropical cyclone updates. So this is every hour based on this eye. And so that's going to give more detailed information on the eye structure as well as its motion. But the thing with the hourly updates and radar imagery, you're going to see a little bit of a wiggle like this over the time. So there might be a period of time it looks like it's moving due west, and another time it looks like it's moving due north. That's just that trochoidal motion that we typically see with tropical cyclones. But yeah, it looks like you're mentioning, it looks like it could jog a little bit farther south. And so that's going to be something we have to watch out for. That's why Guam is still in a typhoon watch. Typhoon force conditions are still possible. They're not currently expected, but they are still possible. And that would be reflected with any southward shift from the current forecast. And so that's all within the cone of uncertainty.
Just brutal, man. I'll tell you, watching that stuff come, I think it's harder now that it's getting closer to really see where it's going to go for me, because looking at that, it actually looked like, it was taking a far left, a lower left turn, like it was heading your way.
Yep.
Based on
and let me tell you this, that was a case in point with Typhoon Mawar, where we were looking at a southern Guam passage. And as things proceeded through the day, that passage ended up being 20 miles north of what the forecast was just 6 hours earlier. And so that is one of these uncertainties, one of those things that can happen with tropical cyclone tracks. This is that error cone showing that 2/3 of the time, a tropical cyclone will stay within this cone, this shaded area. So there is a slim chance it could still be a Rota storm. It could be a Rota channel storm, but that's a very small chance. Most likely it's going to stay well within this curve, this cone, through its passage into the Mariana Islands. So there's a lot of uncertainties. Bottom line for folks from Guam, it's still east of us. We have to watch it closely. For Saipan, Tinian, and Rota, this is where you want to make sure your preparedness is on point. you're ready to go for the worst, and make sure everyone in your family is included, your neighbors, your elderly, people who have special needs, make sure they are included in your preparedness plans, because this is going to be affecting everybody significantly up there.
Yeah, but let's talk a little nerdy talk a little bit. Help me out. When we were,
you want me to get Brandon up here?
So when we were talking about this before, we were getting a little bit closer. Again, there were like 3 models that were saying it was going to be more south, and then there was one that goes north, which is kind of where it's at today. What's the difference between those two? I know there's all kinds of different, but I don't really understand it. Like, can you tell us a little bit about like what they're factoring differently?
Yeah, I definitely don't have the finer details of the forecast models, but I know the GFS American model, that's typically the forward-leaning forecast model that really picks up on potential tropical cyclones. It rapidly develops them much earlier than like the European model, for example. The European usually tends to be late to the game, late to show up for dinner, but it tends to do a little bit better for rainfall and then overall storm positioning. And so the ECMWF, the European, has been traditionally moving more northwestward over the islands or even east of the islands, whereas the GFS was more traditionally pushing westward and passing near and south of Guam. Now we're starting to see them come a little bit into sync together, but it's kind of a blend of models. So again, the GFS usually puts a lot of spoof, a lot of hype and stuff. And so when people look at different weather apps and different social meteorologists that like to talk about model prognostications, it gets a lot of people in a panic, because the GFS will usually show some rapid spin up somewhere 8 to 10 days down the road, whereas other forecast models do not. So that's where people have to be very careful of using the weather apps, because it's great information, but it's a tool. You have to know how to interpret that tool. And some social meteorologists, YouTubers, tend to like to point out things well in advance, and it gets people in a panic. And so that's where there should always be caution with forecasters and meteorologists around the globe who like to talk on YouTube and social media channels, because they don't speak with authority and accountability, whereas the government officials, we do have to have that accountability to our forecast and our information.
I usually just go outside, lick my fingers, hold it up in the air, and find out where the air is coming from. Like, yep, smells like it's coming from over there.
And that usually works well in the tropics.
Yeah. By the way, I hadn't thought about it till this conversation. You must have seen the original movie Twister when it came out.
Of course, multiple times. I lived in a trailer at the time, so I'm freaking out.
He tasted the dirt. What were you thinking when you saw this, when you were watching it, and then when you became a meteorologist?
I know there was a lot of people that got into the field of meteorology for education because of that movie. I had a love for meteorology before that movie came out, but it was a very inspirational piece. Of course, I never sought to be a storm chaser, a tornado chaser or anything, but it's always a thrill. When I lived in Oklahoma City, every severe storm outbreak was a thrill. It was a little bit of a fear, because you don't know if it's going to be your neighbor's house or your house, but yeah, storms are always an interesting dynamic, and it's always a lot of adrenaline. I know the adrenaline has kept me moving for about a week now, even on vacation, especially over the stuff going on with us and how it's evolving. So it's a full-on communications game to make sure people are prepared. We're going to have the governor of Guam. She's going to come over to the office. We might have some FEMA folks over here. I think we're going to do a Facebook Live broadcast around 3 o'clock from my office. It's under development, so we will see how it evolves and how it plays out, but we're going to have the updated information from the 2 o'clock advisory number 17, and maybe some announcements from FEMA and the governor.
Hey, speaking of around 3 o'clock, what are the winds looking like for Saipan around that time today?
Yeah, about 3 o'clock, they're going to be cranking up just a little bit more, especially if that rain band starts moving over you. And again, I'm going to turn this around. Once this rain band gets up over Saipan and Tinian, you're going to see your overall wind start to crank up considerably. So again, looking at the Saipan airport, we are seeing winds sustained around 25 to 30 miles per hour. So that's a pretty good clip already. And those wind gusts around 40 to 45 miles per hour. We're going to see the overall winds on average increase as this area of showers starts to move westward across Saipan and Tinian. And that's going to be the trend as we go through the overnight, because as these winds approach, as I approach, these stronger winds are going to be filling in across the area. So the wind field at the number 16 advisory, tropical storm force winds extended outwards up to 275 miles away from the center. So this is 290 miles away from Guam. Those tropical storm force winds extend about that far.
Yeah, no
so that's
kidding.
quite a distance. The typhoon force winds, much stronger, extend about 60 miles from the center. So that's right about here. So remember, if this thing passes over Saipan and Tinian, Rhoda probably will not see typhoon force winds. They might be on the very edge of it. But if the typhoon passes right between Rhoda and Tinian will both see typhoon force winds, but their strongest Category 4 and Category 5 force typhoon winds will be over the open waters. This would be a best case scenario, I think, with what we're dealing with. That would keep those strongest, most intense typhoon force winds out over the waters, but still Saipan and Tinian and Rhoda still feeling typhoon force winds.
Well, while we try to find some guidance on this kind of stuff, I also want to find out where you found a multicolored pen in 2026.
I cannot remember who gave this to me, but somebody gave it to me just a couple weeks ago.
I mean,
it's a nice pen. I love these things.
I remember them back from high school and stuff like that. I didn't think that they're more than just a fad from back then.
Oh, I love these things. But yeah, very bad situation coming up. And we do hope for a best case scenario. And I think that best case scenario would be for it to pass between Rhoda and Tinian, or if it somehow curves sharply and passes northeast of Saipan. I don't know that that's going to be likely. It's still a slim chance looking at that cone graphic. That could still happen, but as it gets closer, the range of uncertainty is going to get smaller and smaller and smaller until we have that passage.
Hey.
So everybody, Guam, Rhoda, Tinian, Saipan, watch out closely.
Landon, out there on the East Coast, growing up, I've seen all the footage and all that other stuff where they would have these storm chaser planes that would go in there and drop in, the hurricane hunters, I think they call them.
Yes,
and
hurricane hunters.
We're all the way out here. I know that the spelling is different between hurricane and typhoon, but it's essentially the same thing. So I wonder why we don't have something like that out here, knowing, how often we get these things.
Yeah, apparently it was a financial decision because of the cost of those hurricane hunters to deploy them and fly them through storms versus the benefit of the data and the lives that's being affected by it. I think it was a cost benefit analysis, and those hurricane hunters, the typhoon chasers we used to have here back in the early years, they were discontinued in 1987. However, there is an effort to get them back out in this region. And it's going to be a multinational effort. And so that's a want and a very preliminary plan to get typhoon chasers back out here for that reconnaissance, because I think Mawar was the eye-opener for the DOD, and as well as you do back in 2018.
Yeah, and that was the question. I mean, how beneficial is that to you? Someone this is your field, getting that kind of info. How beneficial is it?
Well, it's a direct insight into the storm structure and intensity. We want that insight, in situ measurement, because we have so little data from inside a typhoon, especially in this region where it's all open waters. Whereas you have land-based surface observations all across the United States. You have data collected all across the Caribbean. You have the hurricane hunters. All this information is collected, compiled, and transmitted into the forecast models that provide much better detailed into the forecast. And the more data, the better data that goes into the forecast models, the better model forecasts you get out of it. And so that's why we launch weather balloons 4 times a day every 6 hours versus twice a day every 12 hours, because we want that extra data to go into the balloon, into the forecast models.
All right. Well, I know you got a busy day ahead and a busy night ahead, and I imagine there's a cot with your name on it somewhere, unless you guys have fancier stuff over there.
It's usually just the floor. I literally will be sleeping on the floor.
Do you at least pack a pillow?
I got a box, a tissue box.
I got a box.
I always say I'm going to come prepared. I'm usually not prepared.
This is great. Well, at least you're in the bunker. That part you got done.
Yeah. Yeah. We're definitely in a secure facility. So we've weathered a number of storms in this facility, including 2002 Ponzonos. So we can stand up to some stuff. We do have shower facilities, cooking facilities. You've seen the place.
Yeah.
So we're ready for sheltering in place.
Oh, you know what? Thinking of those balloons and those storms, and when those things come right at you, I've been out there when you guys walk out there. It's a slow walk, but what is can you guys get them out there when that kind of a storm is actually happening? That's number one. And then number two, what is the wildest data that you've gotten from one of those things? What's the maximum range and all that stuff?
Yeah, as far as data and range, I don't have any details on that, but I know after Mawar struck, we did put up a weather balloon for the next forecast model cycle, and it was blasting outside. And so it took 3 people together to put off the balloon. And it was like wrestling a raging beast, because that balloon that's usually round was elongated into a long ellipsoid because the wind was just shaking it off. It went up toward the runway, and it just missed the anemometer on the pole, probably by mere feet. So we were fortunate it didn't clip that, but it was a successful launch. If we did have an eye passage over here, we would put up a special balloon launch during the eye, even if it's not in a model window, but we would put up the balloon just for the data.
Man, I can't imagine how cool that would be to see, oh yeah, all of a sudden it ended up in Australia or something, just something wild from a typhoon. Because you figure, I mean, it's got the potential to go up pretty high as well. And when it's in that, if it's in the eye wall, isn't that where the pressure is the lowest?
Yeah, that's the lowest pressure. Of course, in the eye wall, we wouldn't be able to launch a balloon. We usually curtail our launches at 50-mile-per-hour winds or with lightning. Once you're out of the eye wall into the eye, it would be a favorable condition.
Well, I can't imagine. How is this one? Maybe this will be the last question for you, though. As far as low pressure in this typhoon, how does that rank among some of the other ones we've had?
That's a good question. I've not even pulled up that data yet. I did need to look at some information on JTWC, but this is going to be a pretty low pressure because of that, the sustained winds. This is a powerhouse. And so let me see if I can find something on that actually, because we're going to be going into the low 900s, very likely. Let's see here. Searching.
The great Bob Coldine used to really focus on these kind of numbers.
897 millibars is what we're looking at from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. That was in number 17 advisory, which is coming out just now, actually. So 897 millibars. That's a pretty low pressure.
Wow. All right. Well, hey, we'll let you escape out of this one. I'm going to give you a real quick call right afterwards because I got a question for you. But I want to say thank you. I know you got a lot of stuff going on today, and maybe when we get a little bit later tonight, we'll send you a message, and we'll be a little more austere. We won't be from here at this studio location, but we can still make it work.
We will make it work. Absolutely.
All right. Well, Landon, thank you so much. Again, you're a dependable, reliable source of information with the National Weather Service and the place that we rely on. So thank you so much for being so accessible to us as well.
Always welcome, and stay safe. And again, if anybody has any questions, do reach out to Homeland Security Emergency Management. They got a lot of information pumping out of there on any actions that you need to take. Cash, gas, water, food, items, whatever's still open. Get there before it shuts down, because the conditions right now are going to be deteriorating from this point forward.
All right. Well, we're going to keep following everything, and we'll rely on, we'll rely on you for the rest of the next couple of days. Heck, we'll just rely on you forever.
I'll be here.
All right. All right. Thank you, Landon, the man, the myth, the legend, getting us all the information that we need for the storm. And boy, what a storm it is. That's it. Look at all those lightning flashes, that eye wall, and from the idlets over here. All right, folks, we'll be back with more. I got more of them. I got more. All right. We'll be back with more after this.
Hey, bro, can I? Yeah, man, go for it. Right on. Thanks, bro. Hey, bro, can I grab your bush too? Sure, bro. Go ahead. Thanks.
Now I can grab my own bush. Saipan, it's time to grab your bush. Pick up a 12-pack of ice-cold bush, and you're in for more than just a refreshing beer. Every 12-pack gives you a chance to win exclusive bush gear and more. So don't wait. Swing by your favorite store, grab your bush, and join the fun. Because here in Saipan, the best moments are even better with Bush. Grab your bush today.
If you think girls and women's equality matter, stand up. If girls and women's sports matter, and you want your daughters to have the same opportunity you had, stand up. If you know that it isn't fair or safe to allow males to compete in girls' sports, because it's, well, obvious, stand up. Don't be cowed by people who call you a bigot. You're not a bigot. Don't let men tell us how to be good girls. Don't let others tell you you just need to be quiet. Sit down. Be nice. It's not nice to further a lie. It's not mean to believe in women's equality. We deserve our own sports, privacy, fairness, safety. We deserve a chance to compete and win. So don't be nice. Don't be careful. Be honest. Be brave. Fight for women. We've come too far to give up now. And if you agree with that, stand up and stand with us.
Shiny smiles all around, where happiness is found. It's the little things that make it true. Shiny smiles start with you.
She's marching with a sign in the air, hashtags flying everywhere. Paint on her jacket, fire in her eyes. Truth gets louder when the camera's live. She says she's saving the world in 4K live. Different stage when it's neon nights. By day she's preaching revolution plans. By night she's paying bills with OnlyFans. Cape in the closet, heels in her hand. Fighting the system and the algorithm. Having only friends ain't part of the plan. She funds the movement with OnlyFans. Glitter on boots, spotlight glow. Crowd goes wild at the midnight show. Clock strikes 12, persona flips. Justice and drama from painted lips. Megaphone power, chant so bold. Truth gets flexible when the story's sold. By day she's chanting through city halls. By night she's working behind paywalls. Hero or villain, depends who stands. She's got subscribers, not just fans. Saving the world one live stream scan. Fun in the fight with Two masks, one mission, split screen fame. London stream. Is it justice? Is it sand? Is it power in her hand? She's got a banner and a backup plan. Megaphone queen with a payment scan. Cape in the daylight, cash in hand. Truth goes viral when it's well lit and planned. Superhero in high demand. Powered by rage and Amos Kitchen, so delicious. I need a burger and a soda with it. It tastes so great, got me so addicted. Let's hop in the car, gotta go and get it. Amos Kitchen, so delicious. I need a burger and a soda with it. It tastes so great, got me so addicted. Let's hop in the car, gotta go and get it. Amos Kitchen, so delicious. I need a burger and a soda with it. It tastes so great, got me so addicted. Let's hop in the car, gotta go and get it. Amos Kitchen, so delicious. I need a burger and a soda with it. It tastes so great, got me so addicted. Let's hop in the car, gotta go and get it. Amos Kitchen, so delicious. I need a burger and a soda with it. It tastes so great, got me so addicted. Let's hop in the car, gotta go and get it. Through the crystal blue we glide, chasing dreams where the oceans collide. Boards like arrows, hearts on fire. Ride the mystic wave, let it take you higher. Glen Polly cat calls, the world's our empire. Salt in our veins, the surf's our news. Then comes a voice smooth as silk, dripping charm like honey and milk. He's got the vibe, he's got the flow. Every day he steals the show. Feeling easy more, hotter than the radio. He's the man, the myth, the glow. Feeling sexy, feeling bold. Feeling easy more, hotter than the radio. He's the man, the myth, the glow. Feeling sexy, feeling bold. Feeling easy more. Feeling easy more. Says the sun bows when he walks by. Clouds part ways to watch him fly. He's got swagger like a heat wave burst. Even when it feels the thirst. He's not shy, he lets it show. Turn it up, let the feeling grow. Feeling easy more, hotter than the radio. He's the man, the myth, the glow. Feeling sexy, feeling bold. Feeling easy more, hotter than the radio. He's the man, the myth, the glow. Feeling sexy, feeling bold. Feeling easy more. Feeling easy more. Feeling easy more, hotter than the radio. He's the man, the myth, the glow. Feeling sexy, feeling bold. Feeling easy more, hotter than the radio. He's the man, the myth, the glow. Feeling sexy, feeling bold. Feeling easy more. Feeling easy more. Feeling easy more. Feeling easy more.
Down in Dan where the palms sway low, lives a guy named Tobad, everyone knows. With a roll of film and a steady hand, he's a tin man. Yeah, the window wizard of the land. From side-bend skies to the ocean blue, he shades the world, makes it look brand new. Tin Man to back, rolling through the breeze. Shields you right from the island's heat with ease. Tin Man to back, go where the sun can touch. That's where his magic shows. He's got a truck full of tools, a heart full of gold. Stories he tells, oh, they never get old. From Garpan streets to Rhoda's edge, he's the island's legend, a tinting pledge. He's not in a cape, but he's saving the day. Cooler cars, clear reviews, his own special way. Tin Man to back, rolling through the breeze. Shields you right from the island's heat with ease. Tin Man to back, hero on the go, where the sun can
dreams out of pine and oak, with a hammer in hand and a laugh like a joke. His boots are worn, his spirit's tough, wood chips flying, he can't get enough. Oh, Steve Beer, the carpenter king, knows his craft like a bird knows to sing. Nails and boards and a cold glass near, he builds the world and drinks his beer. He measures twice but cuts it once, says perfection's for fools, I'm just having fun. Sawdust in his hair, paint on his shirt, his hands are rough but they know their worth. With a six-pack smile and a calloused hand, he's the kind of guy who can build or mend. Oh, Steve Beer, the carpenter king, knows his craft like a bird knows to sing. Nails and boards and a cold glass near, he builds the world and drinks his beer. He's got a workshop that smells like wood, a fridge in the corner, and life is good. He'll toast to a job well done at night, with sawdust dreams and the firelight. Oh, Steve Beer, the carpenter king, knows his craft like a bird knows to sing. Nails and boards and a cold glass near, he builds the world and drinks his beer. Steve Beer builds dreams out of pine and oak, with a hammer in hand and a laugh.
From the depths of waters where the coral kingdoms gleam, three noble fish now rise to claim the people's dream. With shimmering strength and spirit bold, they swim with rightful pride. Who will wear the coral crown and stand our ocean's guide? Oh, crown the state fish, let the ocean sing. The bonita, the boulder bang. Raise up your voices, let your spirit decide which island swimmer will reign with pride. From the Marianas, a choice shall be made, a symbol of our seas, forever displayed. Vote today. Where the coral kingdoms gleam, three noble fish now rise to claim the people's dream. With shimmering strength and spirit bold, they swim with rightful pride. Who will wear the coral crown and stand our ocean's guide? Oh, crown the state fish, let the ocean sing. The bonita, the boulder bang. Raise up your voices, let your spirit decide which island swimmer will reign with pride. From the Marianas, a choice shall be made, a symbol of our seas, forever displayed. Vote today. Vote today. Vote today. From the depths of waters,
81 million sparks ignite the air. Buried cables on the future's there. Through the jungle under waves so deep, where we're waking up from a techless sleep. Educated island, heavy shore. We're not disconnected anymore. High-speed dreams, they're coming alive. Through the hills and the oceans dive. Every home, every heart, every scream. We're wired together in the in-between. The world's at your door. From Saipan skies to Tinian's core. No more waiting, no more delays. It is the island's way. Every business, every school. The fiber's gold, the signal's cool. High-speed dreams, they're coming alive. Through the hills and the oceans dive. Every home, every heart, every screen. We're wired together in the in-between. High-speed dreams, they're coming alive. Through the hills and the oceans dive. Every home, every heart, every screen. We're wired together in the
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. 1:46. It is just about 2 o'clock. We are 14 minutes away from 2 o'clock. And that is when it becomes Typhoon Condition 1 here in the Marianas as declared by our governor. So if you haven't already gotten everything that you need, this is your last chance to really go and get it because things are going to be closing pretty soon. Speaking of closing pretty soon, we're going to wrap up this broadcast. We'll be coming back to you again. We've got all kinds of other updates and all that other stuff. But we're going to pack up while it's still good and leave the studio and get ready. We've got some other reporting places that we're going to be from today throughout the rest of it. But we want to get you guys as much as we could from here while it still made sense because this is really like we can get you everything. It's awesome. It's amazing. It's fantastic. But this is what we've got for you. Anyhow, folks, be safe out there. You know, you've only got so much time left before this thing starts to really get crazy on us. You know, in fact, let's change that little image and bring you a little bit closer to what it is. This beast is getting a lot closer to us, and there's only so much time you got left. If you haven't already made arrangements to get to those shelters, you got to do it. And don't be the one. Don't think your house is going to make it. If it's wood, if it's tin, the chances that it's going to survive this storm, why would you even risk it? It's definitely not the place you want to be. The folks from National Weather Service have told you as much. You got to call the EOC and get in a ride and get there. 237-8000 is the number to give them a ring, and they will get you a lift. They will organize your transportation. They'll get you everything that you need to get you to a station, to one of the shelters that are available for you. But that's about it, folks. That's about all we can do. We're going to continue posting updates. We're going to continue giving you updates, but we want to be here for you while you're out there getting ready to take on all this mess. We want to be here for you the whole way. So we have been. It's been a lot of fun. We've had a lot of calls, had a lot of information that came, all kinds of different interviews and all that from being here. And that's the best that we got for you. All right, guys. We'll be with you throughout the night. You'll have your phones. We'll be there too. Yes, there is. Hold on one second. Hold on. I have to answer this. Yes, but someone's got to run it. It's not automatic. All right, so basically that'll. Yeah, there you go. All right, someone asking about the generators and all that other stuff. So anyhow, that's what we've got here. That's what we've got for you for today from this studio. But we will see you at different places here in Saipan today, tonight, tomorrow, throughout the night tomorrow as well. Guys, this is what we're going to do. We're going to be here with you the whole time. We're just going to be from different location. So from our studio here, our headquarters, we're going to wrap up. And, you know, the news doesn't stop here, and the storm doesn't stop here either, but it is going to stop for this broadcast, so we can head to a different location for typhoon condition, one that starts in 10 minutes. All right. Be good. Be safe. Keep sending us your info, and we'll see you guys soon. So you guys take care. All right. You know the number here. We'll have this phone with us too. That is 670-789-2323. Send us info when you got it. We'll be happy to get it out there for you. Take care, Marianas. We're going to get through this. Should be a hell of a ride, though. Take care. We'll see you soon.
You owned your car for 4 years. You named it Brad. You loved Brad. And then you totaled him. You two had been through everything together. 2 boyfriends, 3 jobs. You're like, nothing can replace Brad. Then Liberty Mutual calls. And you break into your happy dance.
If you sign up for Better Car Replacement, we'll pay for a car that's a model year newer with 15,000 fewer miles than your old one. See car insurance in a whole new light. Liberty Mutual Insurance.